to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides fun and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Baker and friends, it's second to none.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And as you can hear, my cold has gone to my throat today. So I can't remember if it's a full day or just a half day. If it's a full day, I'll see how well I hold up, or I might find somewhere else to send you this afternoon, because regarde mon visage. That's my fourth language. How is everyone doing this fine morning? Jamie said she would be on, but I am about to trust Jamie as much as a fart after I've been to Taco Bell. Oh, it's a full day. Well, I might... I know one or two other people have been covering it, so I might ditch out with the lunch break, because... I'm really stuffed. Yeah, we can tell, fat boy. I am broad-boned. I think I might have had a touch of the tisms. That's what is doing it to me. You did a great job with Plevin interview, even though he was so immature and childish. You handled it with such class. Love your channel. Kiki K. I have to commend all of you who were in chat yesterday, because I saw some things, but I didn't see any nasty things. And I think we were about 5 minutes in when my mods wrote me on Discord. Yes, we are not keeping the chat in check when he's talking like this about everyone. So... This is why I'm so blessed to have all of you people hanging around, because you are such great people to have to following you. Don't get notifications anymore. Well, join the Discord, and except I forgot to share it yesterday, but normally I'll share, or one of the mods will share, that we are live. Hail. Well, congratulations with your 20 years on the planet, Kale. Or is it Kyle? Is he named after Superman? He sounds like he could be a Superman. And with the mother you have, I'm pretty sure you are an amazing fella. And enjoy the last year before you can legally drink, and you'll find out how many mistakes you'll make as a young man. But scars are part of life. What's the old saying? Wounds heal, pain goes away, chicks dig scars. So go out, be great, enjoy life, and look forward to the rest of your life, because you are just starting and you will have amazing opportunities in your life because you have an amazing mother. And I really hope you have a great day with all the cake and hot chocolate you could wish for. Well, there was a lot of stupid comments in my comment section today. I haven't read all of it. So, yeah. What up? Yeah, it was a fun day yesterday. It went worse than I expected. Kathleen McLean, thank you for congratulating me on that. And yeah, we had a few people gifting memberships yesterday. Big Dog and was it Holly Mac? I'm not sure. King Bob. I am always nice and calm. That's my super strength. I'll get really angry and then it'll be over in minutes. You didn't tag us in the stream link, didn't I? Sorry, it's probably because of the cold. I forgot to do it. Yeah, I have to. I'm such a great YouTuber. I can't even make people come to my channel. Thank you, Rage, for helping. Your son, Brennan. That was a joke. Brennan is 45 today. Well, 45, that's me in 18 years. That's enough time to have another kid and make them grow up. Congratulations with Brennan, and I hope he's nothing like his namesake from south of the border. And go make him some buns, give him some hot chocolate, and sing. I dag det Brennans fødselsdag. Hurra, hurra, hurra. Han sikkert sig en gave for, som han har ønsket sig i år, med dejlig chokolade og kager til. Hvor smiler han, hvor er han glad. Hurra, hurra, hurra. Men denne dag er også rar, for hjemme venter mor og far med dejlig chokolade og kager til. Yeah, that was a really good comeback that I didn't think about. No, she adopted, when she was 20, she adopted a 28-year-old child. Because that's his grift. His grift is because he wanted me to kick him off the stream so he can go on YouTube and make a video about how they don't want to listen to facts and they are always... He made a long post filled with his normal bullshit. And at this point, it's just sad. I really wanted to talk about his book, which is a horrible book. No one in the world should ever read that book. It's enough. I have done it. It's disjointed. It's full of lies. And I really wanted to talk about the books and the many accuracies, but I wanted to do it in a kind of professional way. That's why I asked if it was factional or fictional. But for those who are newer viewers to my channel, I started this channel talking about Danish politics because I used to be a politician. I've been elected once. I have run local elections. I think I've run 3 or 4 times. I've run once on national level. I was the head of one party. I was the local chairman of that party. In another party, I joined later. I was a member of the board in the local part of the party. I've been doing politics since, well, till I got out and got just disillusioned by it. I probably started around 2008 or 10 and was in politics until 2020, 2021. So I probably started before that even. Yeah, I think I started before that. I've done 15, 20 years in politics on both local and national level. And one thing you'll learn when you do that is you'll have to argue with a lot of people you disagree with. And the only thing that's not conducive for any argument and doesn't sell anything to your opposition or to the viewers who will vote for you is if you come in and are this close-minded. Throw them a bone, acknowledge that some of what they're saying are right, try and argue with them, let them blow up. Because it just doesn't work when everyone is yelling. Yeah, I saw. I was in chat for a little while. I stayed up way too late last night, but both the Clara and Turtle Boy was mentioning me. That's so nice of them. And Nan was commenting how I was right because I listen to smart people. I don't know anything. I have smart people telling me what I need to know. And I was just on with Tom and Mike. They were watching my apology video this morning as well. Thank you, Minnie. Would you please peruse the following and read live on your stream if you so desire? That's what happened when you're the channel's namesake. Why didn't I start the Rumble stream? Well, because StreamYard didn't choose to start it. I had it up and I set everything up because I set it up this morning when I got out of bed and it didn't start. It should be going now, Anime. Get over there. And sorry. Thank you for always reminding me. You are a peach. Well, you might even be a cherry. Yeah, well, it wasn't that late our time, so you should have been able to be there and give me some support. Some people were asking me at some point, why don't you just start talking Danish to him? Because, yeah, it would hurt him because he doesn't know anything, but there's also 500 other people watching, so I really didn't want to do that. Yeah, people are so nice. And again, I didn't plan on it going to the extremes it did. It's because he's what would you call it, disingenuous debater. He's not a master debater. But he seems like a guy who doesn't believe in his own bullshit, and that's why he attacks everyone. If I had written a book, which I have, Bakari, the No Drama Llama, you can buy it on my Spring store. Grifter, grifter, you're the greatest grifter who ever did grift. I would promote my book, especially because I have really shat on it on Twitter. I've called it the worst book in the world. I've said no one should read it. It's unreadable. Why not come on and tell me, well, I chose this way of doing it, and I might have slight misstatements in there, as he called his lies. Him claiming that Karen Reed was at John's house before they met at the bar, and it was her who begged him that she could come out drinking with him. I wanted to get into all of that, where he had that from, because there's no proof of any of that. But he just wanted to talk about non-human hair. I don't care about the hair. You can find my DNA and my kids' DNA all over our cars, because, hey, guess what? I know it's a foreign concept to him, but we have family who likes us, so we go and see them sometimes, and hair falls off us. And again, it's the female DNA, which only shows that it has something to do with Peg. It doesn't show that it is John. Idiots. That's the chapter he goes into talking about colon, and then he talks GPS right after. He's about to build up to something, and then he just starts talking about GPSs. I really wish that if I could find out how much they paid him for the rights for the book, if I could pay X amount to just do a reading of the book or parts of the book, so they couldn't copyright claim me, because he sold the rights to the publishing firm, apparently. And if I could buy that for a couple of $100, I could, I would read this book and show you how badly it's written. I would make a book club where we could all sit and laugh our aces off, because there's so many mistakes in this book. But I can't figure out. But I'm betting that I made more in super chats on this video now than he'll ever make in royalties on that book. It was entertaining, but I had enough Plevin for the rest of my life, though. Marissa, he's not coming back on the channel. I did it because I was mad. He called me a liar. Then he did it to my face. Now I'm really mad. He has no evidence. He has no facts. He has nothing but just, I can yell louder than you. And that's not conducive to streaming. So Plevin is banned as a guest on this chat. He's in the long list of one person who's banned. But thank you for the super chat. The fact that he couldn't give a straight answer to your first question said it all for me. Was the book factual based or fiction? Nothing wrong to use real stories and create a fictional book. One of my favorite authors is, I think his name is Colin Egerden or Colin Egolden or something like that. He writes history-based fiction. He has a really good book about Caesar, or as he correctly should have been named, Kaiser, because C is a K in Latin. Really, really good book. He has a great book about Genghis Khan that's really easy to read. It gives you some facts about their life, but it's fictional. Of course it's fictional, but it's in a historical correct setting. And I asked him beforehand if, because as I said, I can't differentiate the artist and the work. But Colin Egerden has some really great. I don't like his Spartan Warrior, 13 Spartan. He has something about Sparta. I don't like that book. I don't think that's a hit. But he's a really great writer. But he sets it in a fictional universe where it's the same people and it's kind of the same story, which is perfectly fine. But he couldn't even tell me. And I know why he couldn't, because then I could fact check every single thing in the book and say, this isn't a fact, this isn't a fact, this isn't a fact. He didn't even want to tell me if he had any legal help, which he probably should, because he misstated law so many times in the book. Congrats on hitting 15K. Thank you so much for helping me get to 15K. Again, it's one of those funny little milestones where you're thinking, oh, I never thought I'll ever see that. But It also lights the fire under your behind and says, could I get to 15.5? But better to be on the grind than be off the grind. Thank you so much, Danny. His followers were all up in the comments. Yeah, I got all the highlights of you're dumb. And I've said it many a time when some of you start arguing in chat, words are just hot air. It doesn't matter. Just relax. Don't think about it. Oh, by the way, as I said in my video today, none of my audience should be called bad names except Zach. I don't know why. Didn't he self-publish? No, he published through a company. It's kind of like self-publishing, but they will put it on their website and make sure that you'll go on Amazon and stuff like that. Alexander Pope wrote a poem, the first line of which is, "A little learning is a dangerous thing," written especially for the subject of yesterday's streaming. Yeah, there was very little knowledge in that stream or learning. I have heard nothing back from the publisher, no. Oh, thank you for being here for a month, Jinx, and thank you for giving me a hug. Hey,
Hi.
Jamester.
Morning.
How are you doing this fine mornings?
It's Monday, but I'm good. How are you?
Do you think that's why court is 15 minutes late again today?
Yeah, because it's Monday.
Even OnlyFans isn't working.
No.
Jamie, you know, there's been some trouble with me and Valhalla streaming and you and Valhalla and that restraining order. So you haven't really been on that much. And that made me sad because, you know, I like you. And I thought, what is the best thing I could ever do when Jamie returns to the channel? So I made a special present for you last Sunday. Well, not last Sunday because that was yesterday, but the Sunday before that, I joined the stream, and while I was on the stream, I was working on, whose stream was I on last Sunday? Was it Tom's? Declarers? I was on some stream. I was on some stream with Declarer. I think, or maybe Mike. But I was working on a special present for you, and because you do so much for me, and I know it'll probably, you don't have to cry when you get it, but I think it might make you cry. Because with my own hands, I made you a drawing.
What is that? Oh, goodness.
Look.
Why do you hate me?
But you're a Buckeyes fan.
Why do you hate me so much? Oh my God.
Look, I got his name on and everything. Brutus.
Did you go look up like what the mascot looked like and everything?
Yeah, I was really, really sad that you and Valhalla had been fighting for so long. So I thought that I would do something, and I know you're a big Buckeyes fan, so I made you a Buckeye.
Iris.
Well, they have a lot of that in Ohio.
I think he hates me.
No,
Are you
I
mad?
really like you.
Did we terrorize you in Denmark? Are you trying to get
After
back at
yesterday, don't ask those questions.
me?
I'm not a smart man, but I'm smarter than Plevin. Exactly.
Pretty much everyone is.
Someone said that I should have KP on. She would burn me, smoke me. I'm afraid she smokes something else.
She's more of a lunatic too. So.
At least he claims that he knows something. She's just... Well,
Jesus,
I'm not saying she's white trash, but she will feel right at home in a trailer with Bud Light and her brother. Not that there's anything wrong for family marriage, Jesse. You take them where you can get them. There's a lot wrong.
Yeah, no KP. Me and Marissa will band together. No.
Is he the nemesis of Turtle Boy? No, that's probably more KP. But he's got a hard on for Turtle Boy because Turtle Boy has success. In one of his chapters, he goes in and talks about Turtle Boy, Mike Crawford, and I think there's one more creator he talks about, and it's so clearly that he's jealous because if you don't know, LTL made a studio, and that is what every streamer wants. No, that's overhead. I want as little overhead as possible. That's the great thing about YouTube. I don't need a studio. I built my own studio in my house. But for him, it would be the pinnacle of success, I think, because he's living in his mom's attic. So he would probably think that everyone who is anything wants a studio. Do you know where Emily D. Baker streams from?
Her house.
Megan Fox, Brandy Churchwell, lawyer, all of
Probably
these great
everybody.
people just built it at their own house.
Does he legit live in his mom's attic?
Yeah.
Or do you just...
Yeah, he lost his business and then he had the big C and then he moved home and then he hasn't done anything for the last 10 years. He's trying to be a writer. He had a screenplay or a movie someone has found out there.
Well, you failed, guy. You failed big time.
Well, everyone says, "Oh, have you written a book?" I have.
Just because you write a book doesn't make you a genius in life. Get out of here.
And Corey, intellectual, honest, broke Baker finished. It's really, I'm sorry, but you had like 8 or 10, so I was trying to follow along with them, so it's a little hard to read them in order. Going down here, because informer, stab someone down the lane, purposefully engaged in an unfortunate and infrequent endeavor and committed to act as simply as and then intellectual, honest broker, Baker. You can send me on a DM and then I can read it. Go, State Buckeyes.
T-Rex, you get out.
Heck yeah, brother. Go Buckeyes, beat the Wolverines. Thank you, T-Rex.
No. But he shows up the minute Baker draws a Buckeyes picture.
I thought you would be happy and we could mend some fences, but nope.
I'm ecstatic.
Yeah, I can. Oh, you're sounding like my wife at my wedding night. Oh, yeah, that was good.
Yeah, this is fun.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm having a great time.
Are you done yet? What?
Did you even start?
Yeah, I'm still on the toilet. I'm be there right 5 minutes. Brandy got married. It was such an honor to sing at her wedding. Well, that's one way to ruin a party. Oh, I'm glad you did that, Zach. What did you sing? Informer or Cotton Eye Joe? I think that's his 2 hits.
Informer. Is that your jam?
No, that's Zach's only 2 songs he can play.
Play with what?
He sang at Brandy's wedding.
Yeah, but he plays it on his guitar?
Yeah, he plays Informer on his guitar.
He does not. If he does, he better. I want to hear this.
He played Wonderwall back when he was a young man and sitting at the fireplaces trying to get in the pants of the ladies. But now he's doing more of an oldies, so he can get people on the dance floor and Informer, so them is me, I go blame. I'll lick you boom, boom down. He made it a little more slow, a little more easy to follow along, so people can dance to it.
I want to hear it,
Detective
Zach.
man says, step someone down the lane. I lick you boom, boom down. Come with a nice young lady, intelligent, yes, she chocolate irie. You know, the song, the classics.
The classics. Okay.
Yeah, how dare you doubt Zach?
How dare I?
Which character fits you in Wedding Crashers? I am... Who am I in Wedding Crashers? I'm probably Will Ferrell.
The Meatloaf?
What's the song of that song? The name of that song? It's Informer by Snow from his album. Was it 7 inches of snow or 20 inches of snow? Because it has to do with how much snow he was caught with when he went to prison.
How do you know all this? I don't even...
Because I remember the first time I ever went to a nightclub, we were so afraid because I was 13 and we snuck in and we were so afraid that we didn't dare go to the bar and buy a drink. If they checked us, they already let us in, so they wouldn't check us. And they played Informer 17 times while I was there. And since then, Informer has just been my groove.
What a crappy club if they play it 7 times.
It's the same club that invited... Aqua played there 1 week. I was working. The next week they had... What the hell were her name? Trixie, Dixie, something, who had kind of the same popcorn music like Aqua, but just worse. And the playback kept skipping, so they tried to restart it. In the end, and I think you paid like 50 Danish to get into that concert. In the end, they gave us free beer just to stay while they tried to fix the concert. So that's what I remember most. I don't remember her songs. My son, whose birthday it is today, hates Cut Night Joe. I make him dance with me every time we out. What up, Cut Night Joe? I've been married long time ago. Cut Night Joe.
It's a goofy song, but it's catchy. I'm just saying.
But it's Swedish. Per Ted Daniels, 45 potential jurors, 41 have heard of the case, 30 of them have formed an opinion. Yeah. That's, yeah.
Oh, well, that's going to be a good day today then.
I don't know what you think about what Zach part.
What's going on?
Did he use a leaf blower for the snow? Well, only if someone asked me if me rubbing my nose was code for anything. No, I have a stuffed nose, and yeah, I was doing something with my nose on Mike and Tom's show, but I'm really, really cold. I have a really bad cold today, and my nose is just filled. So it's dry because you've been blowing it so much for a couple of days. So it really just is annoying. But I think someone thought it was code. Only if I have a blue shirt on, it's code that I'm thinking of that girl, like Paul.
Parties are present, the jury is not present.
Oh, jeez.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Your Honor. Anything to discuss before the jurors come over?
I don't believe so.
So we did mark a stipulation this morning, and I was wondering if you would read that to the jurors.
Send the blood alcohol.
Okay. Yes, I'm happy to read it. It's been marked as Exhibit 328. Is that right? Okay. And who do you have for today, Ms. Beatty?
We have Ed Keefe, Lieutenant Ed Keefe, regarding, he's a digital forensic examiner, Matthew Sheehan, who's a criminalist, and Alana Frederick, who's the DNA analyst.
Okay, and is that,
Then the Commonwealth anticipates resting.
Mr. Reddington, you have somebody available today if
I do.
we get that far?
Yes, sir. We have attorney, the two attorneys. One would be Lasivita, Lasivita. The other one is Attorney Hoffman. I have the gentleman from Florida, Boston, Richie Kovitz, and I will have Mr. Attorney Keighton on Zoom.
Your Honor, I don't know if you got the document that defense counsel provided regarding Dr. Zeisel, but
did.
I am requesting a voir dire of Dr.
Yes.
Zeisel prior to his testimony.
I told him to be here tomorrow at 9
All
o'clock
right.
sharp for that.
All right, so I think what we're going to do is, we're going to go until about 12 or 12:15, and then give them a half an hour break and come back and go until 1:45 or 2.
Sure, yep,
Okay, and then tomorrow.
Oh, so it's a semi-half day.
Be a full day.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay,
Oh.
That works.
okay.
I
so
love-
bring the jurors over.
Winosaur doesn't know me well enough. She tells me I need to put on 8-hour cream on my nose before I go to bed. Jamie, when I met you live, did I come off as particularly metrosexual or feminine?
A little bit. I'm kidding. No.
Do you think I have anything or any knowledge of what 8-hour cream is?
You should have asked me. I would have helped you out, but no.
Well, she just told me to do it. What's 8-hour cream?
I don't even really know what 8-hour cream is.
8-hour cream on a budget tomorrow with special guest co-host Winosaur. And she
I
will
would like
tell
to
you
know what
why
it is.
8 hours are better than 7.5 or 8.5 hours. It's that magical sweet spot. Elizabeth Arden. My mom's dead, so I can't steal any of her Elizabeth Arden.
Before the Honorable Judge Halal, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the County of
I
Norfolk.
don't have any
Just
Vaseline.
Transaction of criminal business.
I just use castor
Draw
oil.
near, give your attendance,
That's
and you
my
shall be
night cream.
heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
I think I have some
Honorable Court.
Panthenol
Court is now
cream
open.
from
May be
my
seated.
tattoos.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present. Our 16 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right, good morning, jurors. Welcome back. I hope everybody had a nice long weekend. Were you all able to follow the instructions that I gave you at the end of the day Wednesday? Yes. Anybody who was not able, please raise your
Now
hand.
I can blow my nose.
All right, no hands are being raised. We're going to continue on. As I indicated, today is more of a half day. We will take a break about 12:15 or so for about a half an hour, and then we're going to come back and go until about 2 o'clock. Okay, tomorrow will be a full day. I will check in with the attorneys when you go onto your break to find out what the schedule looks like for tomorrow and then possibly Wednesday as well to give you as much of an update as I can. Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Beatty, do you want to call your next witness, Ms. McLaughlin?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Edward Keefe to the stand.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your, could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
It's Edward Keefe, Keefe.
Where do you currently work?
I'm employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your current rank with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked for the state police?
19 years.
Can you please describe your educational background for the jury?
I have a bachelor's degree and an associate's degree in criminal justice. My bachelor's is from the University of Massachusetts in Lowell. My associate's degree is from Middlesex Community College in Bedford.
And what is your current assignment? I know you said your rank is lieutenant, but where are you stationed right now?
So currently I am assigned to headquarters at the Commonwealth Fusion Center. The Commonwealth Fusion Center is our intelligence gathering arm of the state police. I oversee our cybersecurity and critical infrastructure program for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police.
How long have you been doing that?
Approximately 3 years.
Prior to that, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the Massachusetts State Police Cybercrime Unit from 2020 through 2022.
And where were you stationed in that assignment?
I was stationed at the Cybercrime Unit's location was in Milford.
Prior to that, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And that was from 2015 through 2020.
What were your responsibilities in that assignment?
My assignment at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office was digital forensics examiner and investigations with involving digital media and white-collar crime.
And were you the only person assigned as a digital forensic examiner at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office at that time?
No.
Who else was a digital forensic examiner there?
Trooper Nicholas Garino, and we had a civilian examiner, Samantha Vogt.
Can you explain for us what a digital forensic examiner is?
So a digital forensic examiner does examinations on all types of devices, storage media, such as computers, cell phones, tablets. We also do it on disk drives, external disk drives, DVR systems, which would be like camera systems. We have also branched into what we refer to as IoT or Internet of Things devices. Those would be your Amazon Alexas or a Ring camera. We deal with different types of data, such as social media, cloud, which is basically a computer in another location, but stores it, which you can access through a web browser.
Did you have to obtain any certificates in order to become a digital forensic examiner?
I have 2 certifications. One, I'm a certified computer forensic examiner, and that was awarded by the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. I'm also a certified mobile device examiner, which was also awarded by the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
Did you have to pass the practical and written exams in order to obtain those certificates?
Yes.
Do you have any other certifications that are relevant to your work as a digital forensic examiner?
No, I do not.
How many phones have you examined, do you believe?
Through the course of my career, several thousand.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Through the course of my career, several thousand.
Can you explain to us how you remove evidence from a mobile device when you receive it?
We use a variety of tools to examine cell phones. The main tool that we use is Celebrite. Celebrite is a combination of hardware and software to extract data from phones. Celebrite was originally actually a commercial product, so the company was founded in 1999. So originally when you went to, let's say, the Verizon store, the AT&T store, and you bought a new phone, the salesman would offer to transfer your contacts, call logs, all your information from one phone to another. They actually use Celebrite to do that. Law enforcement agencies realized this type of technology early on and used to use it to clone phones, which basically they would buy a similar phone to one they wanted to examine. Celebrite then eventually updated their capabilities to be more of a forensic device, which we're doing a one-way extraction, which basically is we're just taking the one device and extracting it to storage media so we can examine it rather than copying it from one phone to another phone.
And once you have performed a forensic extraction, what do you do at that point?
So when we perform the extraction, we get a data file. Okay, so basically the data file in its raw form is basically a collection of ones and zeros. We use Celebrite software to interpret that data so it's information that is readable. So your text messages, your pictures, web history, all that information is originally stored as ones and zeros, but then using that software, we can compile it so that we can use it in a readable format to do an examination of the data collected.
Do you conduct analysis in every phone that you perform a forensic extraction on?
No, I do not.
Why not?
In Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, most of the troopers that are assigned there are trained in using Celebrite. A lot of times we're also doing it that I am not privy to all aspects of the investigation. So for me to perform an analysis when I do not have all of the information to perform a thorough examination would not be beneficial to the investigation.
I'd like to direct your attention to May 15th of in an investigation involving the disappearance of Kathleen McLean?
Yes, I was.
How?
I was asked to report to the Dover Police Station to assist the troopers that were assigned there in the data extraction of 2 cell phones.
That's so cool, Music Man. Valhalla was talking about someone on his channel last night said, oh, I'm at 45 subscribers. But that's 45 more than you had when you started the channel. 100 is a great way. It took me almost a year, I think, to reach 3 digits. So, what monster truck game? Because I like those stock car games and stuff like that, but I'm really bad at driving games. And you're not losing your hearing, and I'm keeping my voice purposely very low, and I've turned down the microphones. I have the booster at 10 times normal. Normal, this would be where you can hear all the psh, but it's absolutely crappy today. So I'm sorry. I'll keep my voice low so you can turn it up at home.
And you stated that you went to the Dover Police Station?
That is correct.
Approximately what time?
It was sometime in the evening after 6, between 6 and 8 o'clock.
What did you do when you arrived?
I met with Sergeant Kukowski, and he had 2 friends of Miss McLean there who claimed that they had conversations with her prior to her reporting being missing.
And you say 2 friends. Do you remember their names?
Yes, the first one was Kurt Fanasteel, and the second was a Miss Pettigrew.
And did you meet Vanessa Pettigrew at the police station?
Yes, I did.
Once you met with her, what did you do?
She provided her device. I used Celebrite to perform an advanced logical extraction of her device. Once that extraction was complete, I did a keyword search for Mr. Tuerk, communications with Mr. Tuerk and Ms. McLean. Between those parties, I compiled it into a report and gave it to Sergeant Kukowski for review.
So I'm just going to back you up a little bit. Prior to Ms. Pettigrew handing over her device, did she sign a consent form?
Yes,
And what was her device, if you remember?
it's an Apple iPhone 11.
And how was it identified as hers?
It was through her International Mobile Equipment Identity Number, or IMEI.
And what is an IMEI number?
So an IMEI number is a unique 15-digit number. It's used by both manufacturers and cell phone providers to authenticate a device on a cell phone network. So, for example, if your device became lost or stolen and you reported that, your carrier could potentially, what they refer to as blacklist your IMEI, which means if somebody tried to sell it or tried to activate it, it should not be allowed.
Did you, after you conducted...
Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of times where you're sitting here thinking, why do I do this? But then you just hit that stride and things are working out. And other times you do streams with people who makes you think, David Carradine did the right thing.
your analysis, did you also do a preliminary device report for Vanessa's phone?
I did.
And can you just explain what a preliminary device report is?
So the preliminary device report is basically I'll call it the basic information. Think of it as if you have an iPhone and you have, like, in your settings tab, all of that basic information, such as the serial number, what carrier you're using, what type of device it is, when it was activated, what the phone number was, IMEI, other data that is associated with the use of that device is on it. It's usually about a one-page report.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been pre-marked as Commonwealth Exhibit 326. Is that the preliminary device report for Vanessa Pettigrew's phone?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And you stated that you were able to forensically extract Vanessa's phone, is that right?
I performed an extraction of the device, yes.
And what were you able to extract from her phone?
Contacts, call logs, pictures, videos, both text messages and what we refer to as MMS, which is multimedia messages. That's usually when...
I have brokenbaker22@gmail is the one you can send it. No, yeah, you can send it to that.
You're sending a picture back and forth to somebody, some internet history and other system data files, which would help you create this preliminary device report.
So essentially, she gave you permission to extract the entire contents of her phone.
Yes.
Were you able to recover deleted data?
I believe I was able to recover some deleted data, yes.
Can you talk to us a little bit about?
Can you ask that again, please?
Sure. Can you talk to us a little bit about deleted data on an extraction?
So depending on what type of extraction you're performing on a device will tell you how much deleted data you could possibly get. So a basic logical extraction, you're most likely, which is basic data, you're not going to get almost any deleted data. With an advanced logical, it's a combination of both the logical data, but also a system backup, whether it be an Android or an iPhone. Your device actually contains a backup in case of system failure, so you can help restore. And in that backup are some of those databases, so that when you're, say you delete a message or a file, it actually just gets marked as deleted, but it's still there. And think of deleted data almost as you have a book.
There's an email in my description of YouTube, so it's not that secret.
And you have the table of contents, okay? And let's say you delete a chapter from the table of contents. Well, if you try to, if you ask the device or the machine to go to that chapter, it's saying it's not there.
I think it's a Massachusetts State Police, because you have the American flag and then you have a triangle, and it looks like Massachusetts.
But the contents, the actual chapter is still there. It's just been marked as deleted. But the other factor when it comes to deleted data is when you're dealing with a mobile device, it's not like a disk drive that has spinning disks, or it's just a chip. And they use these terms such as wear leveling and garbage collection. And what it does is, and when data is marked as deleted, it gets moved to different parts of the chip. And the reason it does that is to prolong the life of your device, so that it's not keeping reading and writing to one particular location, which would burn out the chip. So sometimes when we can recover some deleted data that is, let's say, 2 years old, but a message, let's say, that was deleted yesterday is not recoverable, depending on how it was moved.
That's actually a really good thing, because the anti-First Amendment zone is in order. I saw it on Tom's channel that someone was sent away, so he shouldn't be able to wear a police pen either. That's correct.
Moved around the device.
And the user of the phone doesn't have any say over where that gets moved around in the device. Is that right?
No, the only user, I'll say user interaction that they can do with regards to certain things is they can obviously delete something off of their phone manually, which means they go in and actually delete it, or they set up certain settings in their phone for, let's say, like text messages or email, that they want it purged after a certain period of time. Let's say like 30 days, a year, so that anything that is longer than that date automatically gets marked as deleted.
So when you're looking at an extraction report, are you able to tell when an item was deleted?
No, not from an advanced logical extraction, no.
Which is the type of extractions that you do, is that right?
For this particular case, that's what I did, yes.
And you stated that you were able to, that you did subsequently perform analysis on the data that you received from Vanessa Pettigrews' phone, is that right?
That's correct.
And I believe you testified that you ran keyword searches?
That's correct.
And what words did you use for your keyword search?
I used Kathleen McLean and Ingolf and Harry Tuerk.
And were you able to find a contact?
Yes.
Within Vanessa's phone?
Yes.
And what was that contact labeled for the search term Kathleen McLean?
It came up as Reiki Katie.
And was the corresponding phone number 339-222-9407?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able to find the contact labeled under Ingolf or Harry Tuerk?
Yes.
Were you also able to find the corresponding number to be 617-694-8962?
That's correct.
As part of your analysis, did you create any reports?
Yes, I created an extraction report based on the contacts and communications between those two parties with Ms. Pettigrew.
And what did you do with that information?
It was transferred onto a DVD disc that was transferred, that was given to Sergeant Kukowski for further review as part of his investigation.
You stated, and at the time that you extracted Vanessa Pettigrew's phone, was Katie still missing?
Yes,
You said that you met with the second individual at the Dover Police Department that evening. Who was that?
that was Kurt Fanasteel.
And what did you do when you met with Kurt?
It was a similar process. He had given written consent to Sergeant Kukowski using Celebrate. I did an advanced logical extraction of his phone and did the same type of keyword searches and produced a Celebrate extraction report as a result of those keyword searches and burned it onto a DVD disc and gave it to Sergeant Kukowski for further review.
And again, Mr. Fanninstill gave you permission to extract the entire contents of his phone, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Did you also do a preliminary device report for Mr. Fanninstill's phone number?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked
This is really annoying that the audio is so low. Why can't they fix the audio in Canton?
as Commonwealth Exhibit 325.
It's
Is
annoying.
that the preliminary device report for Kurt Fanninstill?
Yes, it is.
I should turn my audio on when I say thank you, P. Stevenson, for 3 corner kisses. Thank you so much for supporting the channel as well. Why don't I get notifications?
What type of device was Mr. Fanninstill's phone?
That was also an iPhone 11?
And were you able to identify it in the same way that you identified Vanessa Pettigrew's phone?
Yes, through IMEI.
You stated that you, did you take the same steps that you took with Ms. Pettigrew's phone?
Yes, I did.
So were you able to get the same type of information off of Mr. Fanninstill's phone?
Yes.
When you ran the key searches, were you able to find any contact information for Kathleen McLean?
Yes, I believe it said Dover, Harry/Katie, something to that effect.
And was that with the corresponding number 339-222-9407?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able to find any corresponding contact information for the defendant, Ingolf Tuerk?
Yes,
And what was that contact labeled under?
I believe it was labeled Harry.
If I told you Dover Harry, would that sound correct?
Correct.
Okay. And was that corresponding number 617-694-8962?
That's correct.
And as part of your analysis, did you create any reports with Mr. Fanninstill's phone?
Yes, I created a similar report, which basically was any communications between those two parties with Mr. Fanninstill, and that was compiled, put onto a DVD disc, and then given over to Sergeant Kukowski.
When you received consent to search Mr. Fanninstill's phone and he turned over his device, was Katie still missing?
Yes.
And during your interactions with this case, did you receive any other devices?
Yes, I received a device that was believed to belong to Ms. McLean after they had, it was like a day or two later, after they had found her.
Prior to receiving a device that belonged to Katie McLean, did you also receive a device that belonged to the defendant?
Yes.
And with that, can you just explain to us what you did with that device?
So I attempted to do an extraction of that device, but when I started to do the extraction, that device had a security feature. It's called mobile device management. Mobile device management is an enterprise service that a lot of companies use if you have like a company-issued cell phone. So basically, it allows their IT department or that designee to, like, in case you lose your phone or it gets stolen, they can remotely wipe it. They can remove it from, like, let's say, access to the corporate network or any other features that they set up on that system.
What type of phone did you receive from the defendant?
I believe it was an iPhone 11.
And were you able to perform a full extraction on that phone?
No, I was not.
I think he's a quite famous urologist. He got famous at least when he had to settle a $150,000 lawsuit for misusing Medicaid to buy equipment he never bought.
How much data were you able to recover?
I believe I just got the basic system data or basic outline of like the preliminary device data.
Were you able to do anything else with that device in order to try to do a full extraction?
So at the time of the investigation, it was our understanding, I was by other investigators, that Mr. Tuerk was trying to obtain employment with a company in Germany. I believe it was called Avantar Medical. Avantar Medical is based in Germany, and they do surgeries using like robotics. I did contact the company via telephone and asked them about the mobile device management that was installed on the device. They explained to me that the phone was Mr. Tuerk's phone and not a company phone, and they did have implement mobile device management, but only on the email. And that although they had initially met with Mr. Tuerk, that he had not started employment with them.
So you were still unable to get into the defendant's phone?
That is correct.
Did you take any other steps to try to extract the defendant's phone?
At that point, no.
What is Gray Key?
So Gray Key is a system of hardware and software that is basically used for phone extractions, but also used to brute force, which means basically when you take your device, it basically sends passwords to the device in the hopes of breaking the in hopes of matching the password. So basically, it'll start with so if you have a 4-digit number, it'll start with 000111. It'll run all through 10,000 until it hits a password that matches yours, and then unlocks the device.
How long can it take?
It can take, well, so depending on the device and how long the password is, it can take anywhere from 5 minutes to 35 years.
Chairman, may I approach?
May.
I'm handing you what was pre-marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 327. Is that the preliminary device report for the defendant's cell phone?
Yes, it is.
While you were working at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the State Police Unit, were you able to examine the defendant's phone?
No, it's not.
Why not?
I had not been given any further passcodes or for mobile device management. You actually need what they refer to as an MDM token, which is basically like a pairing key that will allow you to authenticate that device. So I was provided neither of those things. So from there, I was not able to access the device.
Throughout this investigation, when you were working on the investigation,
But can't everyone just listen in on the frequency on a ham radio? Wouldn't it be just as easy?
you stated that you did receive a cell phone belonging to Kathleen McLean. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you receive more than one phone?
Yes.
And what observations did you make of those two phones?
So we had one phone that was in good condition. The other phone was severely damaged, specifically in the screen area, but other parts of the device.
Were you able to extract any data off of the severely damaged phone?
No.
Why not?
Because in order to perform an extraction, you actually need to interact with the device on the screen, which is basically allowing it to trust, which is a pairing method, which allows you to allows the device to connect to our forensic tools.
What about the other phone?
So the other phone, I was able to using Gray Key. I did get a partial file system extraction.
And how were you able to get a partial file extraction from Katie's phone, but not the defendant's phone?
Because the mobile device management would not allow that pairing to take place.
On the defendant's phone?
That's correct.
But it did allow it on Katie's phone?
Correct, because she didn't have that extra layer of security.
What type of phone was Katie's phone that you were able to get the extraction from?
I believe it was an iPhone 11.
And did you use the same steps for Katie's phone as you did for Vanessa and Kirk's phone?
No, I did not.
Can you describe the steps that you took with Katie's iPhone 11?
So for Katie's iPhone 11, I used Gray Key. Because the device had been left on, Gray Key was able to use that pairing, that limited pairing, and get a file system extraction, not full file system extraction, but file system extraction. So we were able to get a lot of user data off of that device.
But not all of it?
Not all of it, no.
Did you subsequently perform analysis on data from Katie's phone?
I don't recall that I did, no.
Why not?
I wasn't directed to at the time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
I'm showing you what was pre-marked as Commonwealth Exhibit 324. Is that the preliminary device report for Katie's iPhone 11?
Yes, it is.
When did you get reassigned from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office?
I believe September of 2020.
And are you aware that after you left the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, other people in the digital forensic unit were able to get into the defendant's phone and extract data from it?
I was told that that was happening, but usually just in passing.
So you are aware of it?
I'm aware that my understanding is the phone is still like trying to obtain a password.
But you have not performed any analysis on the defendant's phone?
No, I have not.
Thank you. No further questions.
So what did he do? He downloaded the Cellbrite and didn't really do anything.
That's what I'm getting.
Great witness.
So, talking about the phones, for example, with Harry's phone, you determined that in fact the company from Germany was aware of that phone. They were aware of that, correct?
They are aware of the phone, yes.
And also you knew that he had been employed by St. Elizabeth's Hospital.
I was not aware of that, no.
You know about the company that's always in trouble with St. Elizabeth's Hospital, Steward Healthcare. You know about them as far as owning these various devices, right?
I was not aware of that, no.
Okay, so you indicated that if there's some sensitive nature of work, that there could be an extra, I think you said an extra layer of security on the phone, correct?
That's correct, sir, yes.
So when you had access to Harry's phone, you determined that in fact there was this extra layer of security, right?
That's correct, sir, yes.
You in fact did try to use the brute force, is that the word brute?
Yep, that's correct, sir.
Break this up, the brute force extraction. And in fact, ultimately from us, you received the password, is that right?
I did not receive a password from you, sir, no. I was no longer working there if that happened.
Okay, who was picking up after you, if you know?
I'm not sure who was assigned to the case after I left.
Now, you also had occasion to use the brute force extraction technique, if that's appropriate, on Ms. McLean's phone, is that correct?
That is correct, sir, yes.
You didn't get very far with that either, right?
I got some data, sir, but not, I will not say I got all of it.
All right, now, when you are dealing with cell phones, one of the things that you made reference to is that you conducted a full extraction, is that correct?
Well, there's a full file system extraction. I did not do any of that on these phones.
Okay, that's what it's called. It's called a full file extraction, right?
That's correct, sir, yes.
And that is far more encompassing, if you will, than what you had performed, right?
That is correct, sir, yes.
Can you tell us why you didn't do a full file extraction?
For the reasons that I am aware of,
Yeah.
first of all, it was at that time, when the phone is usually done on consent, it's up to the investigator to tell us how they want that done. So that would have been Sergeant Kukowski's call. If he had told me that he had wanted everything, I would have brought it back to the office and done that.
I see.
Secondly, at this time, it was a missing persons case, and they were more concerned with just the communications, who was talking to who prior. That's my understanding.
Okay, so when you were involved in the missing persons aspect of the case, was on the 15th, is that right?
That's correct, sir, yes.
And then you continued to be involved in the 16th, 17th, 18th, into the following week, into the following month, correct?
I don't think I was involved in the following month. I did it for the next few days after they had given.
After the body was discovered, right?
Correct, yes.
And in fact, the homicide investigation was open, right?
That's correct.
So as a result of knowing it's no longer a missing person, it's now a homicide investigation, did you then attempt in any fashion to do the full file system extraction?
No, I did not, sir.
You indicated that one of the things that you were able to do is access Vanessa Pettigrew's phone, and as a result of that, you were able to get information regarding Harry Tuerk's telephone number and McLean's telephone number, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what you did was was advanced logical extraction?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So when you performed the advanced logical extraction, that was when you were able to determine various phones that were connected, when you make a phone call or send a text, they're connected to another phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were able to see that Pettigrew was in fact in touch with Harry Tuerk, correct?
Yes,
Pettigrew was in touch with McLean, correct?
yes.
Was Pettigrew in touch with Kurt Vandersteel?
I don't recall, sir.
In the course of the investigation, let's say, once you had opportunity to meet with, for example, Mr. Vandersteel, do you recall where you met with him?
It was at the Dover Police Station, sir.
And Mr. Vandersteel provided access to his phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
You also had access at some point to Ms. McLean's phone, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you had access to Mr. Vandersteel's phone, did you determine that in fact there had been a significant number of connections or contacts between the two of them, either by email or text or something?
I remember there was definitely connections, but I don't know. I can't tell you exactly how many.
All right. Do you have like any notes or anything written down that would refresh your memory?
No.
If I suggest to you that there were 5,173 messages between Ms. McLean's phone, Mr. Vandersteel's phone and Ms. McLean's phone, would that refresh your memory?
If you're saying it is, then I have no idea how many connections there were, how many text messages there were, or calls or whatnot.
Would you have the recollection, sir, that when you looked at Ms. McLean's phone, however, there were only 12 messages between her and Kurt Fantasy?
Once again, sir, I don't know how many actual communications there were between both parties.
Did you independently read the content of the phones when you extracted them?
No, I did not.
Did you, on McLean's phone, for example, did you have occasion to, I don't know if the word is download or obtain photos off the phone?
I believe so.
Yes. And emails off the phone?
I believe so.
And various websites that were accessed on a number of occasions off the phone, correct?
I'm sure I had internet history on there, sure.
And you knew from the time frame that we're dealing with would be March, right, that May 15th was the date that you initially got involved in the missing persons examination, right?
Yes,
And then it continued on into a homicide examination, correct?
that is correct.
You knew that Ms. McLean was married at the time to Harry Tuerk, correct?
I knew they were married, yes.
Yes. And did it come to your attention that there were communications between Ms. McLean and other men regarding,
Objection.
Let him finish the question. Just don't answer right away, sir. Go ahead.
regarding exchanging photographs and things of that nature?
Okay, overall, he can answer it.
What are you aware of on these phones?
As I said-
What are you aware of on these phones?
As I said in my report, sir,
Overall, he can answer it.
As I said in my report, sir, I provided the data to the homicide investigators so that they could review it. My job at that point was not to review the data or to come up with any conclusions or connections. They asked me to download the device and look for communications between 3 people for each device, which I did.
Okay, I understand. And basically, that would be your instructions that you, and that's what you adhere to, correct?
That is correct.
And you indicated something that if you were asked to, I believe, okay, that you were not directed to do further examination, that you could have done further examination.
I certainly could have if I was directed to, sure.
And you were not directed to by anybody in the DA's office.
That is correct, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. The exhibits.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Matthew Sheehan, Sheehan.
How are you currently employed?
I am a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been so employed?
12 years.
Could you describe for the jurors your educational background?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science with a concentration in chemistry from the University of New Haven.
And have you had any particular specialized training in the field of forensics?
Yes.
Can you explain that, please?
The initial one-year training period entering the lab, it consists of several different chapters, if you will, each one dedicated to its own area of criminalistics. At the end of each chapter, a written exam, an oral exam, and a mock item of evidence is done by the analyst to demonstrate their ability to apply proper protocol. At the end of all the chapters, we have a final written exam, a final oral, as well as a complex mock case where we demonstrate our ability to apply all of the protocols to a complex case.
And can you, let's move back a little bit. Can you explain what is criminalistics?
Criminalistics is the unit that I am assigned to.
Okay, and what does criminalistics mean?
It is the application of science to physical items of evidence.
And is that a similar term to forensics?
Yes.
And you just described some of the examinations that you took at the crime lab. Can you explain what is a competency test?
The comp test is something done as like the first test to show that an analyst has their ability to do all the proper tests and protocols.
And what is a proficiency test?
A proficiency test is done once a year in a specific area of criminalistics to demonstrate that the analyst still has the ability and is still applying the protocols properly.
And are those part of the protocols at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
Yes.
And are there steps taken at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory to protect against contamination?
Yes.
Can you explain what those are?
In the criminalistics unit, we use proper PPE, with like a lab coat, masks. We use bleach to clean our work materials and our workspace in between items of evidence and in between cases.
Is there a review process?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Our review process for every case goes through a technical review as well as an administrative review. In the technical review, a second trained analyst will look at your file to ensure that a sound forensic investigation has been completed and you followed all proper protocols. The second is an administrative review where a third analyst will look at your file for any type of administrative errors.
Can you please explain how the lab keeps track of evidence that is within its custody?
When a case is submitted to a lab, it is given its own unique lab number in which all of the evidence submitted can then be put under that lab number and tracked via our computer system.
And then what happens with each individual item?
As an item comes into a lab, it's given an item number designated as what submission it is from and what item of evidence it is from that submission. As an example, if submission 1 has 5 items, it would be items number 1-1, 1-2, up to 5. If it's the third submission, it would be 3-1, 3-2, etc.
Directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, did you have the opportunity to respond to the towns of Dedham and Dover?
Yes.
And why did you respond to an area that was outside of the lab?
Now, I am also assigned to the crime scene response unit.
And what is that?
We respond to various crime scenes ranging from breaking and entering all the way up through multiple homicide. We examine and document the crime scenes for biological evidence and physical evidence and transport it back to the lab.
And what hours are those?
It is a 24/7 on-call shift.
And so on May 15th, were you responding in connection with that assignment?
Yes.
And where was the first place that you went?
I responded to a residence inn located in Dedham, Massachusetts.
A residence inn?
Yes.
And did you obtain a crime lab number in connection with your response?
Yes, I did.
And what was that crime lab number?
It was 20-10428.
Can we just have a minute?
Yes.
Excuse me, I misspoke.
Okay. 10486?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And when you respond to an area, generally, what is the process that you follow?
I will document the overall area using a sketch and then mark specific areas of specific areas I want to test for biological testing or physical evidence.
Okay. May I approach you on it?
You may.
Sorry, could I just have a minute, please?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked GG for identification. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
These are copies of my crime scene notes.
Okay. Would it be helpful to refer to those in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, can those be displayed over
think he can testify to if he refreshes memory from them.
All right, so you're objecting to them?
Yeah, those are his diagrams. his
He can
notes.
refer to them.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, using the screen or no?
No, there's an objection to using the screen, correct?
Yes.
All right.
When you responded to the residents in, what is the first thing that you did?
I made initial note of the layout of the room.
Okay, and what did you observe?
In the kitchen area, I observed a table that had a red-brown stain on it, along with various medical debris and paper towels with red-brown staining on them.
Okay, and what, if anything else, did you observe?
I also did blood testing in the room.
All right, and let's just start with the red-brown stain on the table. What, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I conducted a screening test for the presence of blood on that stain.
And when you say screening test, what does that mean?
A screening test is done on a particular stain or questioned area to determine if a biological sample may be present.
And how do you do that?
This test is a two-step color test where a small amount of questioned sample is transferred onto a piece of filter paper, which is just like a coffee filter. And after the addition of several chemicals, if there's an immediate bright blue color change, the test is positive. If there's no color change or a color change something to other than that bright blue color, the test is negative.
Okay, and what were the results of that?
The screening test for the presence of blood was positive on that red-brown stain on the table.
Okay. And with regard to the paper towels, what, if anything, did you do?
I did not do testing on the paper towels.
Okay. And with regard to what other areas did you test?
I also tested the knobs and drain of the kitchen sink, and the bathroom sink, and the shower.
And what were the results of those?
The screening test was positive on the knobs in the bathroom and the shower knobs.
And when you are present doing your testing, are there additional personnel from crime scene services who are documenting those items?
Yes.
Okay. And are they taking photographs?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish what's been previously marked as exhibit number 21.
Yes.
Can we have the lights off, please? All right, thank you. And what can be shown in this photograph?
This is standing in the entranceway of room number 228.
Jimmy, can you remember when we had NC on yesterday? I don't know what his real name is, but remember when we had him on yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
What did he say when taking photos of a crime scene? You always take the establishing shot so you can see what, and then you'll zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Funny how they can do it in this case, but in other cases, it's not possible to take a simple picture showing where everyone is and where everything is, and then you zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, till you find the evidence.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what we normally see is you see whatever space they're photographing and then you see all the individual pictures of every little thing.
Yeah, but apparently only in this case.
Yeah.
We are down at 70% audio.
Exactly, Marissa. And we're whispering.
Yeah, she's a drama queen. I don't know if you knew that. Danny G. These lady, it's Monday. They oh, we have been nice all weekend. We have to come in and complain again.
To the right is the kitchen area, and to the left is the living / office area.
Could we have exhibit 22, please? And what is in exhibit 22?
This is showing the kitchen area and the table that I had referred to with the red-brown stain, looking at it from the entrance.
Could we have exhibit 23, please?
This is from standing in the living area looking into the bedroom area.
And could we have exhibit 24, please?
This is at the table and couch in the living area.
Exhibit 25, please.
This is from the back corner behind the bed, looking in the opposite direction from the entrance.
Exhibit 26, please.
This is from the same spot, looking into the bathroom.
Exhibit 27, please.
This appears to be one of the sides of the mattress, looking at a nightstand.
Exhibit 28, please.
From that same position in front of the bathroom, looking across the bed to the back wall.
We have exhibit 29, please.
This is in the entrance of the bathroom, looking towards the shower.
And can you see the sink that you did the swabbing on?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 30, please.
This is in the bathroom, the picture of the toilet.
Exhibit 31, please.
This is from the entrance into the shower area, looking back into the bedroom area.
Exhibit 32, please.
These are items that were on the bathroom counter.
Exhibit 33, please.
A close-up picture of the sink.
Exhibit 34, please.
This is one of the nightstands in the room.
Exhibit 35, please.
This appears to be the desk in the room.
Exhibit 36, please.
And this is from the table that was in the kitchen.
We have exhibit 37, please.
Another angle of the table in the kitchen.
And can you see the paper towels with red brown stains on that?
Yes.
Exhibit 37, please. Oh, this is 37, sorry. Could we have 38, please?
This is a close-up of the paper towels with the red-brown staining on them.
Could we have 39, please?
This is one of the trash barrels.
Exhibit number 40.
This appears to be the kitchen counter.
Exhibit number 41.
The kitchen counter as well.
Exhibit 42, please.
It appears to be a closet.
Exhibit 43, please.
This is also a closet.
Exhibit 44.
Another storage area inside of the room.
Exhibit 45, please.
This appears to be one of the boxes inside of that storage area.
Exhibit 46, please.
The sink inside of the bathroom.
Exhibit 47, please.
This is the sink knobs that I had tested.
And exhibit 48.
Close-up of the sink knob.
Exhibit 49, please.
This is the shower knobs.
Exhibit 50, please.
Another angle inside of the shower.
Exhibit 51, please.
A close-up of the shower knob.
Exhibit number 52, please.
This is the shower.
And exhibit
I don't know why he took so many photos of Zach. Because he's a knob too. No, I should be nice to Zach.
number 53.
An overview of the shower.
All right, thank you. We can have the lights back on, please. So when you
Thank you so much. It was a hard stream to get through.
left the residence in, what, if anything, did you take with you?
I collected a set of swabs from the red-brown stain on the table, as well as a set of swabs from the bathroom sink knob and the shower knob.
And how did you do that?
I used a set of cotton swabs with the ionized water.
Okay. And were those swabs given item numbers?
Yes.
What, do you recall those item numbers?
Item number 1-1 was from the red-brown stain on the table. I believe 1-2 was from the sink knob, and 1-3 was the shower knob.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the residence in Dedham, I'm sorry?
Approximately 1:15 in the morning.
And about what time did you leave?
I believe it was around 4 o'clock.
4 a.m.
Yes.
on the 16th?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go next?
Was 29 Valley Road in Dover.
And about what time did you get there?
I arrived approximately 5 a.m.
Yes.
I'm trying to keep my mic off to make StreamYard try and enhance the signal. Sorry. There was what appeared to be blood, but we don't know what it was. There will be a DNA analyst coming in after this guy. We heard that this morning. I actually think the DNA guy wasn't that the last person they were going to call today? I think it is.
I think so. Yeah.
This guy is Timu Matt Damon. Oh, Money G, you're too sweet. Someone said I looked old for my age and I should eat healthier. Well, I will have porridge for dinner tonight. So I don't know if that's healthier.
Get some kebab.
No, I'm not going to get kebab tonight. I have a cold, so I need something that'll warm my internals.
Kebab will
But-
warm it up.
but-
Spice it up with some chili sauce.
But when I had to do the math to figure out how much more 58 is than 27, they probably should have figured out that I might have missed 1 or 2 birthdays in my math. What's a group of knobs called? Sacks. Oh my. Chrissy is here to pour hot liquid metal into my internals. We can't get hot honey in Denmark. I made some myself, but it wasn't good because I used the one with a high sugar content, so it just settled again. But I love hot honey. I need to
You gotta
do
get
it myself.
yourself a bottle when you come over here. Take it with you.
Yeah, it's really good. I tried it at Dollywood the first time, and I was like, what? My world have been rocketed. And then we went to Cheesecake Factory, and I had I think it was called a hot pepperoni pizza or something like that, where they had hot honey on the pepperoni pizza. My world was rocketed for the second time that week. What is hot honey and how do you make it? It's chili that you infuse into honey, and then you'll so you get the hot and sweet. But it's not like a sweet and sour sauce. It's hot and sweet. It's really great with salty products.
Really, it's literally honey with chili powder in it or chili peppers. Oh my God, it's so
Yeah.
good. Chrissy, get some. Like all the stores carry it now.
We are trying to be good YouTubers today, Cindy Lou. Boo-hoo. I have bees and give hot honey away for Christmas. I have a bee person at my gym who sells the liquid honey, and I should buy one of those and then cook it with the chili flakes. But I think it needs even more chili flakes than I gave it the last time.
Mm-hmm.
Just buy some acacia to make it the one to sell for use in tea. Yeah, but he has his own. I like supporting local farmers and especially bee people because they are really important to bees. That's why my garden is also just I let it be as bee friendly as possible. It is amazing if you're eating salty dishes. It's really good.
So good on chicken. It's good on everything. You can put
Yeah.
it on a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, guys. Like, it's even good on that. So, anyways.
It's really maybe Danny T can give us the recipe how to make it correctly because it's that combination of that very sweet honey and then the strong chili is great.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Sheehan, when you create your diagrams and notes, are those to scale?
No.
Okay. And, Your Honor, at this time, could could we just have those two pages of Gigi displayed one at a time?
Brother, I had discussion with you before. I don't think so. See, my man, I am the real deal and I'm going to wreck the living shit out of you. Because you said things that were not only a lie but a clear insult to my profession, and you will be only a number. Dude, you don't mean shit. You mock, laugh, misinterpret. Well, my Danish idiot, I will make so much fun of your intelligence that you can go cry in your Discord. No crying in Discord. That's one of the few rules I have on my Discord. No crying in Discord. But Frank Vesseling, OG Grift, thank you so much for your promise to wreck. Do you think he means it in a sexual way, Jamie? That he'll wreck the living shit out of me? I don't like pecking. Little D said, oh, you're gonna love it. And I said, I don't think so. And she said, just let me try it twice. And I didn't like it. But do you think that's what he's gonna do to me?
Like, what is he talking about?
I don't know. He's just he's a new grifter on the anti side. He's the guy who threw away half his well, not half. He had 26 people in his chat, and then he got wrecked in a debate, and then he promised he was going to ruin that channel, and everyone who supported it would be blocked on his channel. And then he went down to 22, and I think a few of us was just laughing at him behind the scenes, not writing it in chat. He's a Dutch person who apparently is really big on the trying to insert himself into cases. Never heard of him. Found him randomly one day when I was going through lives, but now he's gonna wreck the shit out of me, Jamie.
Ariel just said he's.
I don't know what profession I made fun of.
Delphi and proceeded to post unlive girls photos on his YouTube channel. So he lost his YouTube channel. Okay. Sounds like a stand-up guy.
Frank Wrestling is mentally unwell. He wrote letters to Judge Scotland at Delphi, then proceeded to post the unalive girl photos on his YouTube channel, so he lost his YouTube channel. Oh. Nice. Yeah. How many subs does he have? I don't know. I don't follow his channel.
Never even
Who does he think he is? The one that's going to wreck all the crappy he comes out with? Some people are just weird. Well, we buy the blue ticks. I have a blue tick as well. You buy it so you can promote your stuff easier. I don't know what his job is. That would make you busted baker, not broken baker. Yeah. He seems like a little delicate flower.
He insulted his profession, baker.
If he has to state he's the real deal, then he's absolutely not.
Yeah.
True that. I do that sometimes.
Well, in this case, making people lose their minds.
Well, now I have to copy this and then make a funny tweet about that. Thank you so much for entertainment. Delete. Why are people so stupid? Does he think I'm afraid of him? He's gonna wreck me? I've been married.
Yes.
I think he's one of those people who dox people, and yeah, have fun with it. Has he says he's the alpha yet? He did say that in his stream. He did say he was an alpha. So yeah. I have some amazing Dutch people in my chat. Hey, Helen. Hey, totally not a Russian, but your mental institution probably needs a work over. I was real once, and then the deal came through, and it was confirmed I am in fact not real. Remember that old Dave Chappelle sketch, Keeping It Real? That was fun.
It was.
I don't know if this is him, but woohoo! Why send threats and DMs? I'm gonna wreck you, bro. Yeah,
Brother.
brother man.
Losers.
First floor, please. Can you zoom in just a little bit? Great, thank you. Mr. Sheehan, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize this to be?
This is one of the pages of my crime scene notes.
Okay. Do you have a laser pointer there? I don't know if we left it there from last week.
I do not.
Oh, great, thank you. All right, can you just sort of orient us in the first floor about what the different rooms are on there?
To the left of the house was an attached garage. From entering the garage, you go into a mudroom with a bathroom directly across from you. To your left is the kitchen along the back side of the house with a living room followed by another office. When going through the kitchen to the right, you go through a wet bar to the front of the house where a dining room was, followed by a foyer with a staircase to the second floor and a second living room.
All right. And so you documented the area, the layout of 29 Battle Road. What else is contained in your notes?
I also noted some sort of
Oh, you have to go back and watch my video where I said the wrong thing about Tui Rodriguez. But again, make fun of my intelligence all you want. Remember to tag me on Twitter so you might get some people to your channel. It's a good grift. Go get it, brother. If you need grifter merch, you can buy it at my spring store. And there's no discounts because, hey, you know how the grift goes. And remember, send multiple letters to the judge in this case. Maybe you can be a part of this one as well. And don't go threatening people, because if I'm getting doxxed or anything, you know, TOS on YouTube, I have you screenshotted that you will wreck me, which I, of course, will take as a threat, and I will contact Twitter and say, this guy is threatening me. And then you'll lose your channel again. Oh, I won't, because you're just a grifter who is trying to make a name of yourself by attacking bigger people. Why didn't you tag all those big names yesterday that you claimed were shitty lawyers? Envy is such a bad thing. You really should do better on your own show instead of trying to go and make a name of the rest of us. I'm just a small fish, but you'll try. Have fun in the kindergarten.
unknown black material that was on the floor that extended from the mudroom into the second floor.
And how did you document that on this diagram?
I have nothing to debate you about. You never asked for a debate. You went into my DMs and threatened me. I've seen your show. You can't even win on your own channel. I have nothing to debate you about because you're like Plevin. You just make up shit. Go make your own channel a great place. This isn't about you. I'm not going to debate you. You can go and try and tag me on everything on Twitter, so maybe some of my followers will think, oh, who's this guy? Like I told you in the other chat, sadly, I have to wash my driveway and walk my rock collection. Have a great day. Go enjoy the dikes in Holland and maybe be better at what you do so you don't have to grift off the rest of us. I'm really bad at what I do. But I'm probably doing better than you are because I'm not an asshole who just sits on my channel and tell everyone to block people. So no debates. Find a way out. See you later. And stop threatening people. It doesn't make you an alpha or a big guy. And again, internet drama is for pussies. If you want to have internet drama, go play with the kids. Go play COD and call their mom something. I'm too old and too tired to take care of kids like you. I'm not the one that's going to make your channel. Have fun. See you later.
I used the asterisk symbol.
Okay. And one of those asterisks is, I don't know if that's
You couldn't school anyone. You're so new to the Karen Reed case, you probably doesn't even know any facts in it. You're retarded when you think that you can come in and be the new big dog in the anti-Karen Reed case. You're not going to make your name off of me. Marissa, if you want to have the honors, go F off. Go play with the other kids on the motorway. You're too stupid to hang with us. See you later.
correct, plural. But one of those asterisks has a red circle around it. What does that indicate?
That indicates that I collected a sample of this black material from the floor.
And how did you do that?
I had used a scalpel and cut it out from the floor.
Okay. And what did you do with that?
I packaged that and transported it back to the lab at the end of my scene exam.
Okay. And could we have the next diagram, please? And what can be seen in this diagram, Mr. Chairman?
This is the second floor, coming out from the first floor foyer. To the right, you have 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. Directly across from you is a laundry room with another set of stairs leading to the 3rd floor. And to the left is the bedroom and the master bedroom at the end of the hall.
All right. And there's one red circle on this diagram as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
That is another area of the unknown black material that I collected.
All right, I'm sorry, could I approach, please, Mr. Sheehan? I'm sorry, Your Honor, can we approach one more time?
Yes.
Debate me, bro.
Different.
I know, how stupid. What a loser.
Yeah. And I think Marissa isn't even here because she didn't do it.
Iris did it.
Yeah. Now Marissa's going to yell at me.
All right, and could we please have the 3rd diagram of just the master bedroom? All right, and what did you document in this diagram, Mr. Sheehan?
I noted a different areas of the unknown black material extending from the hallway to the bed area, as well as 2 red-brown stains on the mattress, as well as what appeared to be a broken drinking glass.
Okay, and Ms. Gilman, I think, can you just zoom in the area of the bed? Great, thank you. There are some numbers on this diagram as well. What do those numbers correlate to?
The number 5 refers to a set of what appeared to be broken glass that was on the floor, and number 3 designates the areas of red-brown staining on the bed.
And do those numbers correlate with the placards that Crime Scene Services placed?
I believe so.
Okay. And so, did you, you said that you documented some red-brown stains as well?
Yes.
And where were those located?
These are the areas marked in red, number 1 and number 2.
And what, if anything, did you do with regards to those
I did a screening test for the presence of
Mute it again to keep the audio down. F is for loser. This is the best place to be. Yeah, I really don't understand why. But again, I do understand. It's drama farming. It's good when you don't have anything else. But today we are having a nice trial stream where we are watching a trial and learning that you can draw things on a piece of paper, and then everything is a-okay. They don't have paper normally in Massachusetts. It's a paperless state. That's why they didn't use it in the Can Read case. And this is by the authority of being an alpha. Well, I'm not an alpha. Jamie is an alpha.
Yeah, I would say so.
It's always drama. We disagree, but we always stay classy. Exactly. Stay classy, San Diego.
Well, people that come in and have this opinion like this, like they're arguing with you. It's like we watched and made our own opinion.
Yeah.
Like why do you have to come in and try to debate and argue about something that like I saw with my own eyes. I made my own decision.
Again, you're not gonna. You're gonna make have what's it called? You're gonna catch more flies with sugar than with vinegar. And on the avenue with Shelley is giving me a cup of coffee. Thank you so much for that emoji.
Yeah. It's just a crazy world out there. People just
Yeah,
wanna
it's that you wondered if it was Brandon. That's why I said if it is you, I don't know who he is. No, it's a Dutch guy. I've seen his channel before. He's a nothing. He wanna be a something. That's fine. You know, all the guys who will tell you that they are the smartest, the strongest, the alphaest, they are the strongest, the smartest, the alphaest. That's why I say I am almost retarded, because I'm not that smart. Some people. Love you mucho, Baker and Jamie. You're all are the best. You, Restless Mom, are the best.
You are.
And you're an Oregon Ducks fan. Jamie is a Ohio State Buckeyes fan.
Oh my God, stop it.
See, I remember stuff.
I don't, yeah, like, is that true, Wrestler's Mom? He has got a memory like a champ.
She is an Oregon Ducks fan. She's from Oklahoma.
Well, I knew Dave was.
She is as well.
There you go.
You really should pay attention to all the lovely people who hang out with us all the time.
I try to. I'm doing like 50 million things all the time. I'm terrible.
Monies live. Did anyone else hear Kerry Roberts say he lived on Meadow in the call with Sergeant Goody? It really sounded like she used past tense, lived, not lives. Was that just me, or she actually say that? Oh, that's the 911 call, right?
I have no idea. Yeah.
Oh, I can't. I have to be honest. I can't, because the thing I'm thinking about in the 911 call is we just turned him over, because that kind of goes against everything they say about how his body was positioned.
Mhm.
So that's the thing I remember from the 911 call. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But thank you so much. Another Norwegian, Jamie. We have a lot of Norwegians. That's a
cool.
country north of Denmark.
We should have went there too. Can we get there by train?
Well, it would have taken some time. We could have gone there by boat. I'm wearing a Ducks jersey in my photo. Jamie doesn't pay attention. He doesn't like people.
Well, it's teeny weeny. I can't tell.
I just don't get why some people out there feels everyone else has to share their opinion. I don't see how it matters. I love alternative perspectives and may change my own but why force it? That's the thing. We disagree on this channel because we have Sue in chat, and she's always Baker's wrong. But it's fine, because if we are all agreeing, then we don't need a trial. Then we don't need to watch it. We don't have to see the evidence. Everything is ready.
Yeah.
I can't remember if
Baker and I
someone...
disagreed a lot. So.
Yeah. Yeah, we have sometimes where people are writing us, are you okay? Yeah. Yeah, we just yelled at each other, and Jamie get pissy and won't be on channel for 2 weeks.
Not the reason.
And then I give her an Oregon Buckeyes, and she gets happy again. I can't remember if someone said it was Carrie or Jen that used past tense. Remember someone mentioned after the trial day, but wasn't sure if Jen said he was a police officer using past tense. I can only remember we just turned him over because that weirded me out, because the injuries was to the back of his head and he was knocked out instantly. That's the thing I remember from it. How many of us has went into an anti-Karen Reed chat and threatened them? Stay classy, San Diego. None of us, because we don't need to chase fame that way.
Yeah, and I don't think I've ever wanted to seek one out.
No.
Because I've heard what they have to say and it's nonsense, so.
No, this is the house he's drawing. This is not the hotel room. So I think, yeah. Jamie, if you had taken the ferry to Norway, you and Iris could have partied all night on. Yeah, there's a disco on it, and it's not cheap, but it's good.
Stop it. That is so cool.
It's not slander if it's true. I don't go to their chats at all. I'm not sub to any of them. It's not worth my energy. I'm not a basement dweller who threaten people on the internet. No, I've never, ever... I potentially could go in if I don't know them and say, oh, you got that fact wrong. And if they then turn on you, yeah, I'll just stay away. It's the same if I'm in a pro Karen read and I say, well, I don't think that's actually been said, and they would attack me. I don't go to that channel again, because I don't need people yelling.
And there's pro-Karen Reed people that get it wrong all the time. And if they're rude, then yeah, bye.
Yeah, I just don't. People are weird.
Yeah, weird.
There's often concerts on the ferry as well. Country, metal, rave. Jamie, next time.
Oh my gosh. Why did you
Because we
deny
would
us?
have to go north of where Vinesaur lives and then take... Well, we could have taken a ferry from Copenhagen, actually. It's is it an 8-hour trip or something like that? So, why is Jamie, people don't like the Buckeyes.
People don't like them?
Yeah, she calls them sock eyes.
Well, who? Which one?
Chrissy.
Chrissy, I adore you.
Are there any pro-Bev channels? Yeah, White Claw, because they make a lot of No, I shouldn't say that. Back to the case. Sorry.
The blood, which
Thank you for all the super chats.
is the same tests that I had done in the hotel room.
And what was the result?
Both stains had tested positive, indicating the presence of blood.
And so then what, if anything, did you do?
I took a sample from both of the stains.
And how did you do that?
I used a scalpel to cut it out of the bed.
And the asterisk that has a circle, a red circle around it, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
That was the third area of this unknown black material that I had collected.
Can take that down and have the lights back on, please.
Probably not. It could be fun. And Cindy Lou Woohoo t-shirt idea. It's not cheap, but it's good.
What items did you collect from 29 Valley Road?
I had the cuttings from the red-brown stains on the bed, red-brown stains number 1 and number 2, as well as the 3 different areas of the unknown black material from the floor.
And approximately what time did you finish at 29 Valley Road?
Approximately 6:30 a.m.
So where, if anywhere, did you go next?
I reported back to the lab to submit initial evidence before reporting back to Dedham Police Department to examine 2 vehicles.
And so what time did you go to the Dedham Police Department?
It was approximately 12 p.m.
And when you went,
Yeah, they talked about that black material that was on the floor that they didn't determine to be blood. That will come up later. But there was droppings. We had some in chat saying it could be from the wheels of the carry-on luggage that was all over the house, but there were some droplets along the floor. Corey, anyone else thinks it's a little funny, aka as fun, self-deprecating, respectable people of any of the 5 equal sides? Are you guys all at an adult softball game without me? Or you mean by coming in and starting to yell and notice me? I don't know. It's just imagine you go to the smallest Karen Reed case coverage channel and start yelling because I kind of blew up on Twit yesterday and got a lot of people noticing me. It's just such a... Imagine being such a grifter that you have to do that instead of just building your own channel.
Yeah.
That's what the rest of us do. Fedorowski has a new video out today, by the way.
I'm talking about Baker then. That's what he can do.
There's a lot of work in it. But it's easier to just get someone antagonistic on and then start a fight. Didn't one of the police say they thought it was mascara? Yeah, but they tested it and they didn't determine what it was. No, one of the police kind of indicated it could have been blood drops. I think you're thinking, you saw it on Melanie Little's channel. She talked about it before the trial started, where they said it was mascara. If you want to debate, you don't take anything personally. No, and you don't go personal. If you do that, you lose the debate. It's kind of like, what's that? If you mention the bad guys from the Second World Kerfuffle, the first one who does that has lost the debate. It's the same when you call the other side an idiot. You lost the debate. I'm pretty certain she said it during the call with Goody. You should really listen to it. I would need to go back and do that because I can't. That's one of the things I actually only listened to when it was in the trial. So I can't tell you with any certainty. And on this channel, we only do certainties and make paper clippings of farmyard animals. Thank you, Mommy's Live. I don't know why we're doing the farmyard animals, Jamie. But yeah, I there's a lot of the thing I noticed was him laying on the front, and so they flipped him over, and then she never said, "It's John O'Keefe, my very best friend in the whole world," like they try and claim it was after.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
went to the Dedham Police Department. What, if anything, did you do there?
I examined 2 vehicles, a white Jeep and a gray Mercedes.
Where were they?
They were at the Dedham PD.
And similarly, was there, or were there troopers from crime scene services there as well?
Yes.
And with regard to the Mercedes, what, if anything, did you do?
I made overall observations as well as conducted a screening test for the presence of blood on the interior of the vehicle.
And when you say the interior, what do you mean by that?
It was essentially almost the entire interior, anything that would be touched when you are using the inside of the vehicle, such as door handles, the HVAC and radio controls, the seats themselves, seat belts. It was almost everything inside.
Was there any visible red-brown stains on the Mercedes?
No.
And what were the results of your screening tests on the Mercedes?
The screening test was negative on everything inside of the vehicle. Yes.
And was there any visible red-brown stains on the white Jeep?
No, I did note a red-brown stain that was on the steering wheel.
And did you perform screening tests on the white Jeep?
Yes, I did.
What areas of the white Jeep?
It was on the red-brown stain on the steering wheel, as well as the interior door handles, and the remainder of the interior cab area.
Were there any items contained within the Jeep that you conducted screening tests?
Yes.
What items contained within this Jeep?
There was a bottle of alcohol and a knife on the passenger side seat.
And what were the results of that?
The screening test was negative for the presence of blood on these items.
Were there items that tested positive?
Yes.
And what areas of that?
It tested positive on the red-brown stain on the steering wheel, on the HVAC and radio controls, as well as the exterior door handles of the driver's side, passenger side, and the trunk.
Your Honor, at this time, could we display what's been previously marked as exhibit number 89?
I'm sorry.
Exhibit number 89.
Yes.
And could we have the lights off? Thank you. What is this?
This is the white Jeep that I examined.
Could we have exhibit number 90, please?
This the back passenger side of the Jeep.
Exhibit number 91, please.
Another angle of the back of the Jeep.
Exhibit 92, please.
This is the back driver side of the Jeep.
And exhibit number 93.
The front driver side of the Jeep.
Exhibit number 94.
This is the driver side looking into the Jeep.
Exhibit number 95, please.
Another angle looking into the Jeep.
Exhibit number 96, please.
A close-up of the steering wheel.
Exhibit number 97.
This is the center console and gear shift area.
Exhibit number 98.
This is the radio and HVAC system.
And exhibit number 99, please.
This is the trunk.
Exhibit 100.
A close-up of the trunk area.
Exhibit 101.
This is the interior passenger side door.
Exhibit 102, please.
The interior passenger side.
Exhibit 103, please.
A close-up of the passenger side seat.
And exhibit 104, please.
A different angle of the passenger side area.
Exhibit 105, please.
Close-up of the alcohol bottle and knife that were on the seat.
106, please.
After moving the alcohol bottle, this is where the knife was found.
Exhibit 107.
A close-up of the knife.
Exhibit 108.
The HVAC and radio controls.
Exhibit 109.
This is the Mercedes that I examined.
Exhibit 110, please.
The backside of the Mercedes.
Exhibit 111.
The back driver side of the Mercedes.
Exhibit 112.
So this is the front driver area of the Mercedes.
Exhibit 113.
The rear passenger area.
And exhibit 114.
The rear trunk area.
Can we have exhibit 115?
This is the interior looking at it from the passenger side.
And 116, please.
This appears to be the front passenger side.
Regarding the Jeep, did you have the opportunity to observe the position of the seat? The driver's side seat, I should say.
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
From what I recall, the seat was pushed all the way back.
Can we have exhibit number 95 again? And does that show the position of the seat?
Yes.
We can take those down and could have the lights back on, please.
I collected a set of 5 swabs. One set of swabs was from the red-brown stain on the steering wheel, another set from the radio and HVAC controls, and then another set of swabs from each of the exterior door handles, the driver's side, passenger side, and the trunk.
And then at a certain point in time, were you assigned to be the criminalist in connection with this case?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
The criminalist works on the physical evidence that has been submitted to the lab by the Crime Scene Response Unit and various local agencies.
And is it typical that that is centralized?
Yes.
And are there sometimes where there's multiple criminalists out in the field and just one person at the lab doing the bench work?
That's correct.
Okay. But in this case, you had done all of the collection work and the testing in the field, and then you were assigned to do the bench work at the lab.
Yes.
And what is item selection?
An item selection is after a criminal examines a case, they figure out what samples to send forward for DNA testing.
And what's the purpose of that?
This purpose is to create forensic links in an investigation.
What do you mean by forensic links?
Generally, in order to create a forensic link, you have to have some sort of connection between a victim, a suspect, the evidence, and the crime scene. A sound forensic investigation can be considered complete when a link has been made between those 4 things.
And what is the role of item selection in determining which items move forward for DNA?
A multitude of different things. You have to consider case history as well as the forensic results that you got from testing.
So in this case, what items did you do testing on and back at the lab?
I did a confirmatory test for the presence of blood from the swab of red-brown stains that was on the table in the hotel room.
I'm flabbergasted. He's the smartest person that they have on that side. Just as flabbergasted I am that my new best buddy is going to do a stream on me in an hour.
Yay. Is he really?
Yeah, he's going to make YouTube blood sports reaction to my video. He's probably going to sit and say I'm an idiot. Plevin does that in the video. You don't have to do that.
Room, as well as from the red-brown stain number 1 that was taken from the mattress at 29 Valley Road.
And when you say confirmatory test, what does that mean?
A confirmatory test is done on a specific area that has been screened positive for the presence of a biological material, and this test confirms the presence of that biological material.
Is it a different test than the screening test?
Yes.
What kind of test is it?
So this test works very similar to a pregnancy test, where a small amount of sample is put onto a solution and then into a test card. And after the period of 10 minutes, if the card shows 1 line, the test is negative, and if there's 2 lines, the test is positive.
And why didn't you examine the other swabs?
The particular amount of material that was on the swabs or material, in my opinion, was not enough to do further testing, so I only prepared those for further DNA testing.
No, my new friend, the Dutch person, the one who's gonna wreck me. So he's gonna beat me up and wreck me.
You could just be mean and go copyright strike him.
No, I won't do that. No,
I
let the grifter
know,
grift. He's got. He's starting out, and he has. Normally, you go at the big dogs, but he went at the small dogs. That's easier because, again, I'm not that smart. It's easy to make fun of me, and yeah, it's gonna be fine.
Of course it is. Who cares?
And again, he's not breaking any rules if he's commenting every time I say something that, oh, Mushmouth can't speak the English. Oh, I'm a professional.
In order to preserve the evidence.
And so which
That's how Zach argues.
items did you prepare for DNA testing?
All of the swabs that I collected from the different areas that I examined at the scenes.
And when you say all of the swabs, does that include the scrapings from the floor?
No, those are samples that would be sent to the trace unit if there was an item of evidence that was submitted for comparison to those items. Yes.
And so which, those swabs, those were taken from what areas?
The swabs were from the red-brown stain on the table in the hotel room, as well as the swabs from the knobs in the bathroom sink and shower. The 5 swabs from the white Jeep, which was from the red-brown stain on the steering wheel, the HVAC and radio controls, and the exterior door handles.
With regard to the cutting from the mattress, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I conducted the confirmatory test for the presence of blood on that item as well.
And what were the results of that?
It was positive, confirming the presence of blood, indicating human blood.
All right, and I should have asked the confirmatory test that you did on the swab from the table, what was the result of that?
Also confirmed positive for the presence of blood.
So we learned from the cutting from red brown stain number 1, after the confirmatory test, what, if anything, did you do?
I took a small cutting from that particular stain and sent it forward for DNA testing.
And did you prepare any other items for DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
What items were those?
I tried watching some of that documentary, but it became a little too much fictional, so I had to stop. But again, they it wasn't a debate. It was just yelling at me yesterday. I bet he liked his knob swapped. Jamie, that's a smackshot innuendo because the knob is the PP in England.
I also prepared a blood standard from the OCME's office to be used as a known DNA standard to be compared to our question samples. This sample was from a Kathleen McLean.
And were there any other known DNA standards?
That I prepared, no.
Was there a known, at some point, was there a known DNA standard from Ingolf Tuerk?
Yes.
And
I was at 14,944 sometime Friday, I think. That's the best I think I can say.
did you have any other items from the medical examiner that you did any work on?
I also examined a set of fingernail clippings from the right and left hands of Kathleen McLean.
And what, if anything, did you do with those?
I swabbed both sets individually for the presence or to recover the possibility of skin cells, and those were also sent forward for DNA testing.
And were you able to determine, before sending them forward for DNA, were you able to determine whether or not there were skin cells on the fingernail cuttings?
No.
And as you were doing your work, were you taking photographs or making any notes?
Yes.
And can you explain that?
As with any forensic exam in the lab, we have to take photos of the item of evidence to show the condition that it is in as we receive it. We then use those photos to as our notes pages.
And what, if anything, did you do after all of that work?
After completing my exam in the lab, I wrote my report and made the proper assignments for DNA testing and submitted it for review.
You want to say something?
Yes.
He has the code too. It's the entire online presence of Denmark supporting you. I probably have 3 Danish people right now. DK in chat if you're Danish.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, DK in chat.
No, you can start. Okay, good.
Well, I know Linus wearing masks. I've seen them today.
So, how long
And
have you
Jinx and
crime scene investigator, sir?
For almost 12 years now.
And obviously you indicated
and Great Dane, Creative Dane.
I am a civilian. I did not go to the State Police Academy.
your
Jinx
experience
is on my mark.
Probably had just as many Norwegians.
in what is referred to as the crime lab, right?
Yes.
And you were also educated in college, and you told us about your background in that regard, correct?
Correct.
Now, have you done anything other than try to document crime scenes and secure evidence for people like jurors to be able to look at the time of the trial?
I was hired right out of school at the crime lab.
All right, and what's your level now? You guys have different levels.
I am a forensic scientist 3.
Okay, so you've got a lot of experience.
Yes.
When you were first detailed, if you will, that would be by who? A state trooper, a detective? Was it Kutkowski, for example?
I believe he was the case officer for this case, and then I was just assigned to that particular day of crime scene response on call shift.
All right, so when you were assigned for the response, you have to get up to speed, as it were. You got to find out what's going on, right?
Yes.
Do you talk to Kutkowski or somebody else?
I believe at the time it was Trooper Alex Sal, and I met with him at the Residence Inn.
Now, when you were first involved with this investigation, were you investigating, according to the district attorney's office of the state police, a homicide, or was it a missing person?
Missing persons.
And when was it that the missing person investigation turned into a homicide investigation? Was it the next day?
I believe Miss McLean's body was not found until the day after I completed my examination at the scenes.
16th, right?
Yes.
But it's fair to say that you continued on with your involvement as a crime scene investigator for the state police on this investigation.
Yes.
When you went to you started off in your direct examination going to the hotel room at the Residence Inn, right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you observed, I guess would be paper towels with what appeared to be red-brown stain on them.
Yes.
You indicated that on that occasion, as well as other occasions, you did what was called a test to determine, a preliminary test to determine whether or not it could be blood, correct?
Correct.
Now, that test, for example, is not a confirmatory test. That is just a screening test, correct?
Yes.
Whether or not it's you're screening for a red-brown stain that could be on a piece of wood like this desk or a pen like this, or paper towels, you're looking to screen to see whether or not there's a possibility that the red-brown stain could, in fact, be blood.
Yes.
And that's called, what is it, orthotolidine test?
Yes. That was the test that we used at the time.
The orthotolidine test is when it turns blue, and if it turns blue, then you can infer that it might be blood, correct?
Correct.
Could also be dog feces, right?
I would suppose it depend on what the dog ate, I believe.
So you agree with me?
Yes.
All right. And it could also be copper, it could also be cleaning materials from under a sink, anything like that, right?
Cleaning materials would react to the test differently, so it would give an inconclusive result.
Inconclusive, all right. So that's why you have to then go and do the confirmatory test, right?
Yes.
And the confirmatory test would then exclude all those other things that we were talking about, false positives, for example, and confirm that in fact it is blood, right?
Yes.
And is that the Takayama test or one of those tests to see if it's human blood?
This test was the hemotrace test, I believe it was called. Yes.
And the hemotrace test you performed, and it did indeed confirm, for example, that the red-brown stain that was on the paper towels was indeed human blood, correct?
It was on the stain on the table, not the paper towels.
Okay, what about you didn't test the red towels?
No.
But nevertheless, you did see in your experience, extensive as it is, what appears to be human blood on the red towels that were, paper towels that were on the table, right?
Yes.
And then there was a dropper, was it a puddle, what was it? How much?
I don't recall the appearance of it. It just
So
red
in any
brown.
event, it appeared pretty apparent that it was pooled blood at some point on that table, correct?
At some point, a red brown stain was deposited on that
A
spot.
sample of that.
Yes.
You tested that.
Yes.
It turned out to be confirmed. It was on the confirmatory test that indeed it was human blood, correct?
It was blood. The test itself only confirms the presence of blood and indicates the presence of human blood.
Okay, so you have a test now that confirms or indicates the presence of human blood, correct?
It would just be blood.
Blood.
Yes, the test itself reacts with.
Would it?
The test itself reacts also with ferret blood as well as different types of primate.
Different types of primate, like monkeys?
Yes.
Ferret? What?
Okay. Do you have another test that you go to determine if it's not a monkey and it might be a human being?
We can, however, in this most scenarios, we just take a sample and then it would be DNA tested.
So there's DNA testing.
Yes,
And you know there was DNA testing.
there was.
And you know, in fact, it turned out to be Harry's blood, right?
I don't read the DNA reports.
How about the knife? Was there a knife that you observed on the table?
I don't recall if there was or not.
Recall that there was what appears to be blood on the knife that was on the table in the hotel room?
No, I don't recall that.
Did you know that in fact that he had cut his wrists in the hotel room?
I was not made aware of that.
So is it your testimony in this jury that you
No, it reacts to ferret blood as well as primate blood and human blood. That's what I got.
did not see a knife with what appears to be red-brown stains in that hotel room?
Yes, if I did, I would have tested and or directed someone else to collect it. Yes.
Okay. You then continued to, as we went through with all of the photographs, to show the room itself, the hotel room, the bed, the pillows, the bathroom, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
You did do swabs on the bathroom fixtures, turn the hot water on, things like that, right?
Yes.
Nothing in the bathroom. There was no red-brown stains or anything in the hotel bathroom at all, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that you finished your examination of the bathroom and then moved on to the house in Dover.
Yes.
Now, for example, the items such as the paper with the red-brown stain, where are they now? Do we have those?
I'm not aware if we have them or not.
Okay, so where do you guys keep physical evidence on a murder case?
It would be for all the stuff that is collected by the crime lab would be stored in our evidence storage areas.
All right, do you do something like a trace, so like you have a letter or a number so you can follow and trace?
If it is collected, yes, but we do not collect the red brown stains on the paper towels.
Okay, and you don't know anything about a knife with red-brown stains on it, right?
Correct.
So was there anything to your knowledge that you, when I say you, I mean collectively, obviously, seized as police investigators from that hotel room?
Objection as to form.
Sustained. Just rephrase it, Mr. Reddington, please.
Okay, so in any event, you then moved on to the property in Dover, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you went into the property in Dover, the first thing you made reference to in your testimony is that there was, I guess you said, an unknown black material extending between the mudroom on the first floor and the bed area of the master bedroom, right?
Correct.
And there was some type of a pattern of the black material, correct?
From what I recall, yes.
All right. You'd agree with me that photographs were taken of these items, correct?
Yes.
You agree with me that they appear to be small, little black marks on the floor, correct?
Yeah, they're very small, circular like.
Did you look in other rooms as well, you know, like downstairs, the gym, or in the room, in the kitchen, or any of the other rooms that might have been in the house?
Just that main area on the first floor and extending up to the master bedroom.
That was it, right?
Yes.
Okay. You then made a case, you noted that there was a distance between the black marks. In other words, on some occasions, there'd be like one black mark on the stairs, another there'd be like two black marks on the stairs, correct?
I do recall that, but I did not write that down in my notes.
Would you agree with me that they appear to be sometimes on occasion would actually be like a foot apart? One black mark and the next black mark would be, according to the little arrows in those rulers, about a foot apart?
Yes, roughly.
No, just that they found some suspected bloodstains and they took test of some of it, but ferret blood apparently shows the same result as human blood. Ferritin, ferret, coincidence? I think not.
All right, in any event, sir, as a crime scene investigator, you went into the multi-story home, you made observation of the unknown black material, correct?
Yes,
Took your scalpel and you scraped it off, right?
correct.
You did not notice any smearing or streaking of the black marks at all, did you?
From what I recall, no.
You know that when Harry was arrested, ultimately that there was some personal property that he had, such as clothing that was in his hotel room, right?
I would assume so, yes.
How about footwear? Did you have occasion to know that he was wearing sandals?
I don't know what type of footwear he was wearing.
Was any footwear that Harry was wearing ever examined?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know whether or not it was seized? Do we have that somewhere in the bag somewhere?
I'm not sure.
Well, you're the only one who would know that, right?
No, there are plenty of people in the investigation. My job was to specifically collect forensic material and submit it to the lab. Sometimes there are evidence that's collected by different agencies that is not submitted to the lab.
So when you say that sometimes your obligation would be to submit material that you collect, because obviously you don't know until you submit it to a lab what it is, right?
Correct.
So when you submitted the unknown black material that you scraped with the scalpel to the lab, what was the result on that?
To my knowledge, there was no testing done
There's no testing done?
on the unknown black material, correct?
So we don't know what it is?
Yes,
Yes, we don't know what it is.
correct.
Okay. Also, there's been some testimony, if I suggest, sir, that there were some hairs that were found in the bed. Strike that. Hairs that were found in the stairs. Do you recall that, sir, at all?
There was a clump of what appeared to be a set of hairs.
All right, so when you're using the expression a clump of hairs, are you suggesting that they appear as though they were like ripped out of someone's head and they're a clump of hair, or are they just a couple of hairs that were on the stairs?
It looked like a set of hairs that were just essentially like a tumbleweed sitting on the stairs. Yes.
And you know that there was a dog, Koopa, big, huge lab.
I do not know that.
See hairs elsewhere in the house, and the furniture and floors elsewhere?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you learn in the academy and through your strength of the academy, one of the things that you learn is that it's pretty simple for one to actually do a test, a microscopic examination of the hair to reveal morphological features that can distinguish very basically human hair from the hair of an animal, correct?
Yes.
Was there any testing done on the tumbleweed's hair on the stairs to determine if in fact it came from Cooper as opposed to a human being?
No.
When you go up the stairs, you'd agree that they're kind of narrow and they're somewhat steep. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
When you go up the stairs, at the very top of the stairs, there's like a dog thing, one of those guides that's on it, if you remember.
I don't recall if there was one. Yeah.
You recall that when you get to the top of the stairs, that you look left and you go straight ahead into the bedroom, master bedroom.
Yes.
Now, on that same floor, there were other smaller rooms, like kids' rooms. So you had music, things on the wall, and posters and stuff like that, right?
Correct.
And then you go into the master bedroom, and of course, you noted that the door frame was cracked from the police when they used it to enter into the room with a halibut tool, correct?
I don't recall if I noted it or not, but I do recall seeing it.
Do you recall whether or not you did see it, that it was broken?
I did see it, yes.
All right. And then you go into the bedroom, and then straight on is the bed itself, correct?
Yes.
And then to the left of the bed, as you're looking at the bed, would be a piece of furniture, like not a nightstand, like a dressing thing, right?
Yes.
And then to the right of the bed would be the area where the bathroom is, correct?
Correct.
Now, on the bed itself, that's where you, very apparent, there's almost a pattern of a round, like a seepage of what appears to be a red-brown stain on the bed, right?
I don't know how the stain was made on the bed.
You know what?
I don't know how it was made.
How it was made. I'm just asking what it looked like.
I would estimate, from my recollection, approximately 4 inches wide.
Okay. And was it a pattern, like, in other words, like a round deposit on the bed itself, if you recall?
Round would be a good explanation of it.
Okay. And you also noted that there was a lot of bedclothes that were on the side of the bed. Looking at, what is Exhibit 283, sir? I'm just going to approach you and ask if this is a fair, hold it up. Well, that's what that is.
Marked exhibit?
Yes, 283. And just show the jurors, please, just, that would be the area of the, kind of push it a little more so people down here can see. There you go. That's the bed, right?
Yes.
Show us where the large stain on the bed that appeared to be the red-brown stain was located.
There are 2 stains. One is somewhat visible here, and the other one was further up on the bed here.
When you say somewhat visible, that's because it's bigger, right?
Because of the angle.
Okay. Now, you see there's bedclothes on the floor itself, correct?
Yes.
You know how those got there?
I don't.
Did you examine them?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. Was there anything of interest, any red-brown stains there?
If there was, I would have noted it.
You would have noted it?
Yeah.
Okay, but you didn't note it?
No.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that there was some glass about the end of the bed itself, right?
Yes.
Now, looking at that exhibit, sir, would you agree that that shows the end of the bed? And also, you can see from that distance, the shattered glass that was on the floor by the headboard, by the end board of the bed, right?
Yes.
Now, what happened to that glass? Do we have that?
We do not. Or I do not at the crime lab.
At the crime lab. Okay. Do you know where it is? Did anyone seize it?
I'm not sure if anybody else sees it. I did not.
Okay. You told the jurors that one of the things that you recall, sir, and I'm approaching you with, I don't think this has actually been marked as an exhibit, Your Honor, so I'm going to approach the gentleman. This one here, Judge.
All right, you want it, are you intending to?
Yeah, yeah.
Any objection, Ms. Beatty?
No.
Okay, so
Why don't we mark it?
Exhibit 329. Oh, it is marked.
oh, the yellows, I thought that was ID, I'm sorry, my bad. Okay, so hold that up for the jury, that'd be exhibit 288? Yes?
Yes.
All right, and looking again, kind of blends in with the woodwork, but you can see that's all the shattered glass there that we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated in your testimony, you indicated in your testimony that there was also a glass that you noted, like a base, I guess is a good way to put it, a base of the glass, right?
It was just, I believe I noted it was just what appeared to be a broken drinking glass.
And where was that?
It was on the dresser area.
And you're careful to document these things, and you have your little charts and graphs and diagrams and everything. You make sure to refresh your memory that you're able to tell what physical evidence is at the scene that you're investigating, right?
What is it with the broken drinking glass at every crime scene in Massachusetts?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that this broken drinking glass was on the dresser, right?
Yes.
Looking at Exhibit 284, does that depict or show the broken drinking glass that was on the dresser?
Yes.
Now, do you know, sir, where that is? Did anyone put that like in a box or a bag or anything?
I'm not aware if they did or not.
And would you know if, in other words, how do you guys know whether or not you have evidence?
I only know of the evidence that has been submitted to the lab.
Okay, so that was not submitted to the lab.
Correct.
You don't know where it is. You don't know where it is.
I don't.
Are you aware, sir, that there was another base of a glass that was found underneath another piece of furniture that was next to the bed itself?
I was not.
Did you look, or did you see? Because if you look at the furniture in the exhibits or in the photographs, you can actually see the base of the glass that was also shattered.
I did note that there were areas of what appeared to be broken glass. I probably just assumed that that base was a part of just broken glass.
Just assumed that the base, because you're sitting here today, do you remember that there was another base?
No, I don't recall seeing one.
You're making that up.
Objection.
Sustained,
Well,
rephrase
you're
it.
just saying that you probably might have remembered or seen it, but you don't know, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
I said apparent broken glass, and that can mean a wide range of shapes and sizes.
Yeah, but when you report took pains to state a broken drinking glass was on the dresser and apparent pieces of glass were at the foot of the bed in the master bedroom.
Yes.
That's what you said in your report.
Correct.
You said nothing about other glass scattered around the bedroom anywhere, right?
I did not.
Okay. And you said nothing about another base of a glass being underneath a piece of furniture next to the bed, correct?
Correct.
When you were checking out Harry's Jeep, and Is it the Jeep that you made? I think, correct me if I'm wrong. There was some red-brown stains on the steering wheel
Correct.
and also, I guess, on the air conditioning or something, or knobs?
There was only a visible red-brown stain on the steering wheel.
All right. And that was swabbed, right?
Yes.
And that was sent in for testing, right?
Correct.
And that was his blood, wasn't it?
I don't recall if it was or not.
It was, you know, he was struck by the glass and he was bleeding from his head, right?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, thanks. All right. Your Honor, could I have exhibit number 7, please?
7?
Yeah.
Is it a photograph?
Yes, sorry. Now that there, sir, you recognize that table, right?
If I had a expanded view of it, yes, I'd be able to tell you where it was from.
All right, how about exhibit 6? That's the expanded view?
Yes, that looks like the table that was in the hotel room.
All right. And you've got plenty of time to do a thorough examination of this table on a murder investigation, right?
It was a missing persons investigation.
Okay. Well, you noted that, like, for example, an EMT syringe from using Narcan was on the table, right?
I just noted that there were needles there.
There was a needle on the table, correct?
Correct.
You also note that there's a knife, right?
Correct.
And the knife is right next to the paper towel, right?
Correct.
The paper towel has the red-brown stains that you made much of in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And it also has another paper towel that's next to the bigger paper towel with the red-brown stains, right?
Correct.
And can you bring this in closer to the knife? And that also shows what appears to be red-brown stains on the knife, right?
Yes.
Now, I asked you this morning, very basically, whether or not you remember seeing a knife with red-brown stains on it in the hotel room. You didn't recall that, right?
Correct.
Do you know where that knife is?
I don't.
Did you ever send it anywhere to have it tested?
I didn't note it, so I did not collect it.
You what?
I did not note it on my crime scene notes, so another officer that was there may have moved it. I don't know.
They have. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Actually, can we keep that up there, please? Mr. Sheehan, is it possible that there were other people in the hotel room before you arrived?
Yes.
Is it possible that there were other people that took photographs in addition to Trooper Sal?
It is possible, yes.
Is it possible that there are other law enforcement agencies that took photographs prior to you arriving?
Yes.
Is it possible that they took the items that were located in that picture?
Yes.
Could we please zoom in on that photograph? I'm sorry, what exhibit number is that? Exhibit number 6? Okay. So. All right. So do you see a knife in that photograph?
I do.
And then Ms. Gilman, can you move it down a little bit? I'm sorry, I didn't fear up, is more what I meant. Do you see a cell phone in that photograph?
I do.
All right. And did you note anything in your notes about either seeing a knife or a cell phone?
I did not.
Okay. And now, Ms. Gilman. Sorry, just need the lights because I can't see. All right. All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm showing you exhibit number 7, and this has a series of numbers printed on image numbers. Can you read those, please?
This is number 20200515, space 115853.
All right, Ms. Gilman, please have exhibit number 37. All right, and could you please zoom to the same area of exhibit number 37? Do you see the knife in exhibit number 37?
I do not.
Do you see the cell phone in exhibit number 37?
I do not.
So someone tampered with the crime scene.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you the original of exhibit number 37. There's some letters and numbers. Could you please read those?
This is SAO space 0174.
What does SAO indicate to you?
SAO Trooper Alex Sau's initials.
Who is Trooper Alex Sau?
He was the one that crime scene services trooper that I responded to the hotel room with.
And are there a number of different people who have the ability to collect evidence when they are at crime scenes?
Yes.
Who are the number of different people who have the ability to collect evidence?
Any one of the investigators are allowed to collect evidence.
Can troopers assigned to detective units collect evidence?
Yes.
Can local departments collect evidence?
Yes.
Can troopers assigned to crime scene services collect evidence?
Yes.
And do they all have the ability to submit that evidence to the state police crime laboratory?
They do.
And why didn't you collect the broken glass?
At the time of the investigation, the information that I had, the involved parties had both lived in the home, and showing any type of DNA on those items would not provide additional information. If one of those items did have a red-brown stain on it, then I would have collected it.
Just a minute, please.
Yes.
Base of the glass.
There was a picture taken of it, so it was seen.
Oh, so you've seen the picture?
I saw that from that picture, but I did not see it at the crime scene.
Oh, okay. My question, sir, is when you say they took a picture of it, what are you referring to?
The knife that was on the table.
Okay. Let's go to the second, if you will, base of the glass that was underneath the furniture. That was not seized. We've already established that, right?
It was not seized by me.
Okay. You didn't see it?
Correct.
All right. So like you told the jury that if you had seen red, brown stains, you would have tested it. You didn't see it. You have to see it before you can test it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who is Alex Sau?
He was the crime scene services trooper who was taking photos.
So isn't it true that you guys have pretty much your rigid box that you're in when you're investigating? In other words, someone's a photographer, someone secures the scene with that yellow tape we're all familiar with, right?
Objection as to form.
Okay, I'll rephrase it. Someone secures the scene to make sure that people aren't traipsing through it and messing up the evidence, right?
Yes.
Right? Someone like you would be designated as the CSI, a crime scene investigator, that would actually look for evidence, right?
Correct.
And you're telling this jury that somebody possibly took items that could have possibly been another trooper or even a local cop?
It is possible.
Objection as to form.
Okay, overall, he may answer it if you know.
It is possible. I do not have control over what other people collect or don't collect.
Well, you've heard of chain of custody, right?
Yes.
And chain of custody basically means that if someone has a pen and they hand it to you, you want to document it, you write it down. You guys have those little checklists, right?
Yes.
Did you fill out any checklists of chain of custody on any of these items?
I did.
Did anyone tell you that they seized, for example, a knife with red, brown stains on it out of the hotel room?
I was not made aware of a knife with red brown stains on it.
Isn't that something that would be important as a lead crime scene investigator, that you're telling jury you send stuff to the crime lab to have it tested? They're going to tell you about it, right?
Yes.
Nobody told you about that, right?
Correct.
Nobody told you about the other base of the glass found underneath the furniture, correct?
Correct.
You never tested the spots, the black spots, right?
I did not know.
Nobody did.
Nobody did.
Nobody sent them to trace services, right?
They were available for testing if there was something to compare them to.
So when an attorney asks you they were not sent to trace services, and you respond they were available for testing, but nobody sent, the bottom line is, yes, they were available, and they were not sent, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, you may step down, sir.
Yes.
He's a really good attorney.
All right, and then come back. 5 minutes, and then come back and go until about 2. All right? Okay, thank you. Back and go until about 2. 5 minutes. And then
5 minutes, what?
And then
When
they'll
are
go
we coming
until
back?
about 2.
Yeah, he said 5 minutes, but that's 20 minutes ago. Did they take their midday break now and then go back to, we'll be back at some point?
I just heard him say 5 minutes and then we'll go until about 2 is all I heard.
Yeah. I need some food too. I think it's 12:30, so he talked about them going on break at 12:30 for half an hour and then do the afternoon. So I think, let's see if word correct words today, and then I can just come back if it's not a break. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Mhm. If it works today.
Look at
It
that.
works today. Okay, I think they are on lunch break, but I'm not sure. So I'm gonna have it running in the background so I can hear if they come back. I'll let you enjoy word crack while we have the break because I don't know how long the break is gonna be. That's Jen McCabe's attorney, also Lindsay Clancy's attorney. She's oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know Lindsay Clancy. You did that one.
Ramen sandwich? That sounds weird. But I'm gonna jump off, gonna make myself some dinner, and then hopefully it'll be like an hour and a half. Yeah, they are. Sue will get aggressive if she doesn't win it. I'm just warning everyone. It's kind of her thing. She might get into your DMs and threaten you if she doesn't win the game.
Mm-hmm.
Or make a Bloodsport stream about you.
Jeez, oh Pete. All right. Well,
I love
I will
having
see
new
you
friends,
later.
Jamie. Why do I have these weird haters all of a sudden?
Because
I'm a
you're
nice
doing.
guy.
Doesn't matter. You're doing a subject that they want to just cry about, so it's always gonna be haters.
Haters gonna hate.
Haters
Back's
gonna
gonna invigorate.
They're drinking their haterade, all the things.
Yeah. Imagine having no life and just doing that.
Yeah. Imagine watching that trial from beginning to end, seeing the evidence and having the opinion you have. That's all I gotta say. It's crazy.
Yeah. That's but it's that typical situational blindness. Everything that goes against my opinion is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So that's sadly how it is. I'm gonna find a piece of music to put on, and I'm gonna go make myself some porridge because I need something to try and fix this cold.
Bye.
Bye. Why isn't this feed up to date? Because they just returned. What the hell?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And exhibit number 53.
I hope you got something to eat, because I didn't. Let's go.
Miss Beatty, do you want to call your next witness?
You ready? Oh, I'm sorry, Alana Frederick?
You came to the right place, but you have to go. I have a new friend who will do a blood sport without me. I don't know how that works, but you can go check him out. He's probably going to teach you how I'm dumber.
Good morning.
I am white boned. I'm not big boned. Broad boned. Broad boned is the word.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
My first name is Alana, Alana, and my last name is Frederick, Frederick.
How are you employed?
I am a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
For approximately 15 and a half years.
And can you describe your educational background to the jurors?
I received my bachelor's of science in chemistry with a concentration in forensics and a minor in criminology from Merrimack College.
And can you describe to the jurors your professional background?
I attended a 17-week training academy at the Northeast Regional Forensic Institute, where I studied population genetics and statistics and DNA typing methods, and then also did training.
This morning was a lot about just looking at pictures and where they took samples from. We didn't get anything conclusive other than there might be ferret blood somewhere. And that I am not an alpha. I am not an alpha.
In-house with the protocols and procedures I would be using in casework.
And is there continuing training at the crime laboratory?
Yes, we DNA analysts are required to have a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education every year.
And are there competency tests and proficiency tests in the DNA section of the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Yes. So a competency test is given to an analyst at the end of their training before they start using that procedure on casework. It is a hands-on lab test where you know what the outcome should be. So you have to pass that test to do casework with that technology. That is a competency test. And then I also take proficiency tests every 6 months. That's after your original competency test. And these are also hands-on lab tests where we know the results to ensure you're still using the protocols and procedures properly.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid and is the fundamental building blocks for all living organisms. We get half of our DNA from your mother and half of your DNA from your father.
Sorry?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid and is the fundamental building blocks for all living organisms. For deoxyribonucleic acid and is the fundamental building blocks for all living organisms.
It's what? Is this why men have such a hard time giving it to women? Yeah, if it's the building block for all living orgasms, isn't it organisms? Or what do I know? That's my third language. She did say orgasms, right? It's organisms.
We get half of our DNA from your mother and half of your DNA from your father. And it is the understanding that DNA
And 20% from the mailman.
procedures properly.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid and is the fundamental building blocks for all living organisms. We get
She didn't say organisms. Well, that I disappeared. Jen loves wine. My pleasure. And this lady, maybe it's just my bad hearing.
half of our DNA from your mother and half of your DNA from your father. And it is the understanding that DNA is different between individuals with the exception of identical twins.
And where is DNA found in the human body?
So DNA is inside of the cells in your body.
And in what types of biological substances is it possible to find DNA?
You can find DNA in skin cells or epithelial cells.
Did you just say mu? Maybe, maybe that's the thing. So it's typical you women. You say something, and when we hear it, I never said that.
Blood, saliva, but that would also likely be from skin cells, semen, and other bodily fluids.
And can the DNA of an individual person be analyzed?
Yes.
And how is that done?
So generally speaking, when we analyze DNA at the lab, the lab uses a 4-step process. The first step is called extraction, where you start with a small sample in a small tube and use heat and chemicals to break open the cells that are on that sample because the DNA is inside of them. The second step is called quantitation, where we use an instrument to get an approximate value of how much human DNA and how much male-specific DNA is in a sample. The third step is called amplification, where we make millions of copies of the locations of the DNA that we are looking at. And the fourth step is called detection, where we use an instrument that separates each of the DNA fragments based on their size. And the different sizes is what makes up a DNA profile.
And what type of DNA testing is conducted at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
So we do 2 types of DNA testing. We do STR testing, which is human specific. So both male and female DNA profiles would be present. And then we also do what is called YSTR testing, and that is male specific. So that is actually only looking at the Y chromosome, and that is inherited patrilineally. So that means that you would expect a biological father and son and brother and grandfather to all have the same YSTR profile.
And why would either STR or YSTR testing be conducted on a particular biological sample?
It can depend on a variety of reasons. The most common is that in cases, especially in sexual assaults, there is often a female victim and a potentially male perpetrator, and body swabs will obviously have the DNA from the person's body
That's sexist.
that you have taken it from. So intimate swabs of a female victim you would expect to have a lot of female DNA present on those. So because the probative portion would be male specific in that instance, we can look at just the male portion of the DNA in that sample.
And are there other scenarios in which YSTR testing is particularly useful?
So generally speaking, it would be in any sample type where we have a lot of female DNA present and not a lot of male DNA, and we are trying to get the male portion of that profile.
What are the possible uses in general of DNA testing?
There are many. So we can use it forensically. Also, there's paternity testing. There can be used for various medical procedures and processes as well.
And what is the purpose of the testing that the crime laboratory, the type that the crime laboratory does?
Generally speaking, we get evidence samples submitted to the laboratory and do the necessary forensic DNA testing on those items to get an unknown profile. And then we compare those unknown evidence profiles from evidence to known standards in a case. So a known DNA standard would be a swab that's taken directly from an individual, so we know whose DNA profile that is.
Is the crime lab accredited to do DNA testing?
Yes.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB, which stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board.
And when you're doing testing, are there steps taken to protect against contamination?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
Analysts use gloves, wear lab coats. Right now, currently, we also wear hairnets in the lab and face masks.
And is there a review process?
Yes. So each case goes through a two-step review process. The first step is called technical review, where the file is reviewed for technical and scientific accuracy to ensure that we follow the protocols and procedures. And then there's also an administrative review, which is more looking for grammatical and spelling errors.
And are controls utilized?
Yes.
What is their purpose?
So we have two types of controls. We have a positive control, which is a known DNA profile that is processed alongside of our samples, so that we can ensure that all of the chemicals and tests worked appropriately, and we get the profile we expect at the end. And then there's also a negative control, and that has no DNA present, and that is to check for contamination of chemicals during the process.
All right, directing your attention to lab number 20-10486. Did the lab perform DNA testing and analysis on items submitted by the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
And what was your role?
So I described the four-step process. That's the lab process to develop a DNA profile. After that profile is developed, it is then also assigned to an interpreting analyst to read the data, interpret it according to our protocols and procedures, and then also write a report.
And which items were tested?
Your Honor, may I refer to my report?
Any objection, Mr. Reddington?
No, not at all.
You may.
Thank you. The first item was item 1-4.1, which was a sample of a cutting from a red-brown stain, number 1, on a bed from the master bedroom of 29 Valley Road.
Can I just stop you for 1 minute? You said item -1-4.1. What does the point 1 refer to?
The point 1 is, items first, a whole item's item number would be 1-4. A small piece of that item, the piece that is getting DNA testing done on it, or a snippet as we called, it would be the point 1 of that.
Okay. Please continue. What additional items were tested?
Also, item number 2-1, which were the swabs from the exterior driver door handle from a vehicle with mass registration 4LC133. Item 2-2, swabs from the exterior passenger door handle from that same vehicle. Item number 2-3, swabs from the exterior trunk door handle from that vehicle. Item 2-4, the swabs from the temperature and audio controls of that vehicle. Item 2-5, swabs from a red-brown stain of the steering wheel of that vehicle. Item number 11-2.1, which was a sample from the right-hand fingernails from Kathleen McLean. And item number 11-3.1, which was a sample from the left-hand fingernails from Kathleen McLean.
And is it also fair to say that another analyst tested and reported results from a known blood standard from Kathleen McLean?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
That item number was 11-1.1.1.
And also a known saliva sample from Ingolf Tuerk. What item number was that?
That was item number 15-1.1.
So item 11-1.1.1 and 15-1.1, those are known standards. Is that what you were talking about earlier with known samples?
Yes.
And then the other items, 1-4.1, 2-1, 2-2, all the way to 2-5, and 11-2.1 and 11-3.1. What type of samples are those?
I hate this when they're just reading numbers, because how is the jury to be able to figure out 2-2.1 is the interior handle on the passenger side, and -2.2.3 is the rear view mirror. They didn't write those names, those numbers, and yeah, just put it up there. Put a placard up and say, this is where I took the swab. It showed this result. This is where I took this swab. it showed that result. This is where I took this swab, it showed that result. The jury are like me and the expert. They're dumb people. Make it easy for us to follow. By the way, if you like dumb people, and I do because I'm one of them, you should follow the expert. He has a wonderful chit-chat channel that covers everything between the earth and the sky, except birds, because birds aren't real. So go hook up with the expert. You won't regret it. Only his wife did.
Those are questioned items or evidence items.
And can you tell us what your conclusions as the interpreting analyst were?
Yes.
Okay, so can we start with item 1 dash?
Well, apparently I'm really, really stupid, Alice Cloud. And just because I don't speak English, I'm especially stupid. Wahnsinnig, yeah? And apparently someone is in your neighbor country of Holland is making a blood sport against me now. Even though I'm not on it, that's how you normally do blood sports. I'm gonna go in the other room and play some, what's her name, Helene? What's her name? Atemlos. And just relax.
4.1, the red-brown stains from the master bedroom.
Yes. So for item 1-4.1, the DNA profile is a mixture of at least 3 contributors, including
Helene
at
Fischer.
least 1 male.
Yeah, that's the one.
A major female contributor was observed, and additional low-level DNA not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile was not utilized in the interpretation.
And were you able to make a comparison to the known standards?
Yes.
What were your results?
Kathleen McLean matches the major profile. Would you like me to do the stat as well?
Yes, could you explain the statistical value for the comparison to Kathleen McLean?
Yes, and the expected frequency of occurrence of that profile is approximately 1 in 7.78 to non-alien unrelated individuals.
What is non-alien?
A non-alien is a number with 30 zeros after it.
30 zeros?
Yes.
And so that is the statistical comparison between Kathleen McLean and the red-brown stains on 1-4.1, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to make a comparison to Ingolf Tuerk's known saliva standard?
Yes.
And what was that result?
Ingolf Tuerk does not match the major profile.
Okay. Regarding 2-1 and 2-2, the swabs from the exterior driver and passenger door handles, what were your conclusions?
So those were 2 separate items, but they did have the same conclusion. Both of them were STR DNA profiles that were not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
Okay. So does that mean that you were not able to do any sort of calculation or further work on them?
Correct.
Okay. Regarding 2-3, the swab from the exterior trunk door handle, what was your conclusion?
So the STR DNA profile was a mixture including male DNA and 2 contributors.
And of course, if you are European and do speak more than one language, one of them being German, go follow Alice Cloud, which means everything is stolen. Cool name. Harry has been on the channel a few times. I've been on with him. And he translates cases into German. So, and he has a really cool chat. They are really, really welcoming. And I'm sure there's a Helene Fischer fan in there as well. Maybe I should play Helene Fischer for Valhalla. I think he'd like it. He's a Tay-Tay fan, so it's kind of the same. No, I just, I'm fine. The only thing I'm mad about is him calling my chat stupid. And my cool mods. Zach, well, he doesn't watch my channel anyway.
Contributors were assumed.
And were you able to perform a statistical calculation for comparison?
Yes.
And what is that?
So the DNA profile from this item is at least 1.3 septillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Ingolf Tuerk and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals unrelated to Ingolf Tuerk. This provides support for an inclusion.
And what is that, the number septillion? What is that?
A septillion is a number with 24 zeros after it.
Okay. And were you able to perform a comparison with Kathleen
Yes.
And what were the conclusions?
Kathleen McLean was excluded from this DNA profile.
Regarding 2-4, the swab from the HVAC radio controls, what was your conclusion?
The STR DNA profile is a mixture, including male DNA, and 3 contributors were assumed.
Were you able to make a comparison to the known standards?
Yes.
And were you able to calculate statistics?
Yes.
What are those?
So the DNA profile from this item is at least 5.9 quintillion times more likely if the profile originated from Kathleen McLean and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals unrelated to Kathleen McLean. That provides support for an inclusion. And secondly, the DNA profile from this item is at least 1.1 billion times more likely if the DNA profile originated from Ingolf Tuerk and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals unrelated to Ingolf Tuerk. This provides support for an inclusion.
Regarding 2-5, the swabs from the red-brown stain on the steering wheel, what was your conclusion?
The STR profile is a mixture, including male DNA, and 2 contributors were assumed.
And were you able to make a comparison to the known standards?
Yes.
Did you calculate statistics?
Yes.
And what are those?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 21 nonillion times more likely if the DNA profile originated from Ingolf Tuerk and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown individuals unrelated to Ingolf Tuerk. This provides support for an inclusion.
Right. And were you able to make any conclusions regarding Kathleen McLean?
No conclusions can be made regarding Kathleen McLean as a contributor due to uninformative statistics.
All right. Regarding 11-2.1, the sample from the right-hand fingernails of Kathleen McLean, what was your conclusion?
This YSTR DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 male contributors. A major male contributor was observed. The minor profile is not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
And were you able to make a comparison to the known standards?
Yes, for this one, we only compared to Ingolf Tuerk as it is for YSTRs. So the major DNA profile is at least 256 times more likely if the profile originated from Ingolf Tuerk or a patrilineal relative than if it originated from a randomly selected individual. 99.9% of the male population is excluded.
I'm sorry, Dorco, it's like 99% of the male population is
Excluded.
regarding 11-3.1, the sample from the left-hand fingernails of Kathleen McLean, what was your conclusion?
A YSTR profile was obtained from that item.
And were you able to make a comparison to the known standard?
Yes.
And were you able to calculate statistics?
Yes.
And what was that?
So the DNA profile is at least 1,246 times more likely if it originated from Ingolf Tuerk or a patrilineal relative than if it originated from a randomly selected individual. 99.9% of the male population can be excluded from this profile.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
So when you say contributors, what does that mean?
So contributors is referring to the number of individuals that could potentially make up a DNA profile.
I see. And when you're talking about DNA, for example, I'm holding the pen, right?
Yes.
So if you in your lab were to test this pen, this is what we call, I think, handler DNA or shed cell DNA, something like that would possibly be on this pen, it would be mine.
Transfer.
Yes, that's just referring to perhaps how
I
it
know,
got
but
there.
that's
But
just an example. But
yes.
and perhaps any other guy or woman that happened to handle the pen.
Yes.
As I understood it, this was the last witness for the state. And she just said a lot of big numbers and didn't do the summary conclusion that you, in my opinion, need. This is where we found her blood. This is where we found his blood. That's why I would have liked, because if his and her blood was mixed, well, it doesn't matter because he was strangled, but still, on the steering wheel or something, there was a mixed profile of their DNA. It could indicate that he grabbed her and then he rode the car. We never, and again, it's his car, but it was her daily driver. So,
All right. So when you're examining for example, as counsel asked you about the right-hand fingernail or left-hand fingernail, what is it you're actually looking at? Is it you looking at a fingernail? Are you looking at a substance, or is it a swab, or what is it?
So it can depend. In this
Case, what'd you do in this case?
I was not in the lab. I was the interpreting analyst, so I did not look at the physical sample itself. I review the DNA profile that's obtained during the testing.
So my point is that you, as a tester, whether or not you're the interpreter or somebody else apparently is the actual tester, you don't know what you're testing. It's basically a swab that's examined, right?
Yes, it can be a swab, it can be a cutting, depends.
Okay. Do you know whether it was a swab or a cutting in this case? If you know.
I do not, I would have to refer to my file to get that answer.
Okay. Do you have that with you? Or
Yes, I can.
Is that something you can do quick, or is
Yes.
it a big file?
Let's see. Item number 1-11-1131. Those are swabs.
So you don't know, for example, if it's like blood or skin cells. It's a swab that was tested, right?
Yes.
And on the right hand, if I understand correctly, fingernails, the swab from the fingernails, there were 2 male contributors, right?
Yes.
This was the YSTI testing, and again, forgive my ignorance, but the YSTI would be if it's a guy, if it's a male, right?
Yes.
As opposed to regular STI, which would be a female or a male.
Correct.
So, for example, the right hand had DNA on the swab from 2 male contributors, and you knew that Ms. McLean and Ingolf Tuerk were married, right?
I don't know if I knew that, but now I do.
How about if a husband and a wife have sex, they're in the shower, and they're having sex in the shower, they're having sex on the bed, they're having sex somewhere. You get DNA in the fingernails, correct?
Potentially.
The left hand.
Oh
again,
my.
There was determination that would be one male contributor, or was it 2 male contributors?
It was a single.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Donna T. We are keeping our fingers crossed and hope everything will be A-OK.
Source profile. So 1 contributor.
So under the right hand or the left hand?
He's in his, late 50s, early 60s, and he's smexing her all over the house. I can maybe promise you 20 seconds if you make me a cheese sandwich after.
You have swabs.
And it has to be in the bed because Daddy ain't moving on his own.
Right hand, 2 male contributors, and Ingolf Tuerk is included in both as far as underneath the fingernail, correct?
Yes.
And you went on with the septillions and gazillions and nonillions and all the rest of it. For example, as you were testifying to the examination of the Jeep, you were aware that that was a white Jeep that was Ingolf's car? It was his car? Did you know that?
All I know is that it has mass registration 4LC133.
All right. If I suggest to you that that's Ingolf Tuerk's car, it wouldn't be unusual for him, for example, on the exterior trunk to have his own DNA on his own car trunk, right?
Correct.
I mean, I probably got my DNA, Judge probably has his DNA on his trunk. I mean, everybody's got DNA in their car parts, right?
It is likely that your DNA is on your own items, yes.
The exterior trunk, you did determine that it was Ingolf Tuerk and 2 contributors to whatever it was. It was a lot of zeros after that. The controls on the dashboard, you noted that there were 3 contributors. Could be 3 people in the car that were playing with the radio or the AC or something, right?
All I can say is that there were 3 contributors to that sample.
And the steering wheel also, you had a determination. There were 2 contributors, one of which would be Ingolf Tuerk and his car, correct, in the steering wheel?
He was compared and included.
Okay. And then looking at the bed, you made reference to what you determined to be the swab, or the cutting, I think, from the blood, what appears to be blood on the bed. You noted that there were.
The less of the 2 charges, which is what I think that the defense is going for, is to get it down to a manslaughter. I think the maximum is 15 years. I'll have to Google it, but I think it's 15 years in Massachusetts. So I think that's what they're trying to get it down to.
3 contributors to that?
Yes, 3 contributors for 1-4.1.
Okay. So that.
Nothing further.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, 20 years, voluntary shall be punished by not more than 20 years or, 20 years.
All right, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests at this time.
Okay, Commonwealth has rested.
Mr. Grudge?
Yes.
Thank you.
George, you can stand up for a minute if you want to.
And if anyone haven't already, go follow the expert while we're on a little break, waiting for them to do the normal. We think you should dismiss this trial, Your Honor. Or you can go and look at Alles nur geklaut, who's also a very good channel, especially if you understand German, want to learn German. He has a very easy way of speaking German. He has, what would you call that? In Denmark, we call it like the nation Danish. That's where you try and speak without any accent. As a non-accenter myself, that's how I speak. But he has a very good pronunciation of German. If you are trying to pick up the German you had in high school and lost, Alles nur geklaut is a really good channel because he's an actor. So he speaks slowly, he pronounces everything. So if you are sitting there thinking, ist, du bist, sie, es ist, war, I can't remember, go back and freshen up your German by Alles nur geklaut. Hochdeutsch, yeah, because that means high German, because near the border to Denmark, I think it is, they talk Plattdeutsch, which means it's kind of a low, probably what you would say they speak in rural parts of Americas. He is very cool. And again, it's a cool thing. It takes more than 4 minutes to joke, and he had several opportunities to stop, so I don't think it as a heat of the passion. No, that's again, I was wrong in the last case, can't be wrong in this one. I think that, he just Jedi choked her. That'll sound weird to a jury, but again, maybe this guy can do magic. We know he's going to call some lawyers, probably about the divorce, which I think is BS, because it really doesn't talk about what happened that night. But again, he's trying. He has to have a really good explanation, because the bleeding of the blood vessels in the eyes takes more than just a short little, and they occur before you are dead, and it's not an easy one. It's not a nice way to go. So it's going to be interesting, but I don't think the state really talked about how long. They talked about the bleeding in the eyes, and it would have taken some time, between, was it 4 to 7 minutes? But I don't feel like they were that good at presenting that you really need to talk about this. Oh, and we need our poll.
So the Commonwealth has rested. Members of the jury, Mr. Reddington?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Could I have Richie Kovitz? He's right outside.
Yeah, I liked him too. I've seen him on other streams, but I didn't know. Shore Life, I met bigger a-holes than him. I had a debate once with the former minister of transportation in Denmark, and he was even, well, it wasn't the things he said, he was just more nasty. He was really, really nasty. So I've tried it before. It's not that big a problem for me.
Pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Good afternoon, sir. Tell us your name and spell your last name.
Richard Kovitz, Covitz.
And you're doing good, but I want to make sure that you project your voice so I'm not getting here as well.
Okay, Richie, want me to do it again?
No, that's all right.
Okay. Yeah.
Where do you live, sir?
Right now I'm in Boca Raton. 11,
And how long have you been in Boca Raton?
about a year.
Who do you live there with?
Girlfriend,
And what's her name?
Carla Mello.
Now, do you know Harry Tuerk?
I do.
Tell the jury how you know Harry Tuerk.
I met Harry years prior to 2020, probably like 2016, 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we time frame, for example, 2020 to the spring of 2020, when Ms. McLean's body was found and this investigation started, you would have known him for what, about 5 years? Or so?
Yeah.
Now, do you remember from personal experience when we collectively were hit with the so-called pandemic?
Yes.
And as a result of the pandemic, did Harry, yes or no, hearsay, did he come to you and have a conversation with you?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
As a result of the pandemic, did you have a conversation with Harry Tuerk, yes or no?
Yes.
All right. As a result of that conversation, did you have occasion to observe his state of mind about the pandemic and safety?
Yes.
All right, that answer will stand. That was a yes?
Yes.
All right, next question.
And as a result of that conversation, what did you do? Did you let him do something?
To move in, you mean to move in with me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You weren't there, so you weren't.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I sorry,
That's all right.
I was confused, yeah, a little bit.
Where did you let him move in with you?
In Boston, on Beacon Street,
All right. Is that an apartment or a
condo.
condominium?
Yes.
And is that where you and Carla reside? When, if you know, did you allow Harry to move into your condominium with you and Carla?
You know, it was 5 years ago, so I would probably say about maybe January, or towards the end of January of 2020.
Of 2020?
Yeah, yes.
So did he live with you in the month of February?
Yes, he did.
Did he live with you in the month of March?
Yes, most of it.
At some point, did he go somewhere? Did he
Yes.
Where did he go?
He went to Germany.
Do you know why he went to Germany?
Yes.
Why?
I had a friend of mine that knew him that I put together, and he had some sort of robotic surgery of some sort that he was consulting for.
And was he looking for a job?
Yes.
Did you go to Germany?
Yes.
For a period of time?
Yes.
And if you know, your best estimate, how long was he in Germany trying to get a job in robotic surgery?
Probably 2 weeks.
Right? And then after that, did he come back from Germany?
He did.
You know the reason that he came back from Germany?
COVID hit.
When he came back from Germany, did he reach out, not what he said to you, but did he reach out to you and have a conversation about where he could live?
Yes.
And did you welcome him back into your condo again with Carol?
Absolutely.
Was he able to live with you and Carol?
No.
Why is that?
Because my board, the board of the condominium association was, you know, COVID just hit. So everybody was panicked about it, and they were just frightened about anybody coming in and out of the condominium at that time, especially from.
They still have to prove that it's what they charged him with. That's why people can say not guilty. If they believe it was a crime of passion, then it's not manslaughter. So that's why people can say, well, the state didn't really prove it.
I guess from overseas, they made an excuse. So I was trying to be, you know, nice about it and said, you know, Harry, can you find a place to live for a little bit? I didn't know how long it was going to last.
Okay. So he was not, because of the condo board, he was not able to live with you and Carol again, correct?
Correct.
And did he have his own home that he could live at? Yes.
No.
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 Did you know that ultimately he ended up leaving Massachusetts and going somewhere?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He went to Florida.
Do you know where he lived in Florida?
I know.
Okay, do you know, was it a condo, was it a house?
There's a trailer.
A trailer. Okay. Did you stay in touch with him during that period of time that he was living in the trailer in Florida?
Yes.
Did he share with you his fear and concern about the pandemic?
Yes.
Did you
Okay, overruled. That may stand. Next question.
Did you, at some point, did you ever, in 2020, see him again?
When,
2020, after he was down in Florida?
No.
For a period of time?
No.
You did not see him again?
No, I did, no.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Can we do, Mr. Okay? Your Honor, this is the gentleman that's on Zoom. He's in Florida.
All right, so jurors, we're going to have the next witness by agreement on Zoom. So you're going to see the next witness on the screen here, assuming our technology works. And it's just as if the witness were on the witness stand right here. If you have any trouble seeing or hearing, just raise your hand and we'll try to rearrange things.
Can we just do a sound check first to make sure?
Yeah, let's do a sound check because it's always horrible.
Sounds coming out of.
And for all of you who are wondering how my Bloodsport evening is going, right now there's 17 people
He's not on the,
going crazy. Alpha Fox Adam, who used to be in chat, I don't even remember if we blocked him or he just went away.
all right, then
We
we'll
gave him
hold
a
off on
cookie, he
Mr.
went away.
Keighton.
Is now sitting in his chat telling him how bad a person I am. I am.
Hold off on Attorney Keighton.
But,
I would call Attorney Hoffman, who's in the hallway. I'm sorry, Attorney Lasavita.
You know that sometimes it's fun and sometimes it's my cocknell. Hey Jamie, welcome back.
Hi.
I'm not sure what I missed. It is the defense
How
case
is
now.
that?
Yes.
How is that last guy relevant?
Yes. Very relevant.
No, but what did he say? 'Cause,
Yeah.
like, I was listening.
You're right, Jamie. He was very relevant.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and
Are
the
you
jury in
messing
the
with me?
Can you remember the last? Did we block Alpha Fox or did we just say, "Yeah, here's a cookie, go away"?
I think he just left on his own. I've seen
Yeah,
him
he's
around.
over. He's over on the Bloodsport stream right now, and saying, "I'm such an
Oh,
idiot." 21 people
oh,
watching
yeah.
now. 21 people. He's still using Alpha Fox Adam.
Yep. Yeah, he just left, I think, on his own.
Yeah, but
It's a really big
I
crowd
thought my
over
name could.
there.
I thought my name could pull. Why didn't he put my? He put my name on the thumbnail. He should put it in the description. Grift it a bit harder. Come on, Alpha boy.
Come on. What a rookie.
He's got 21 watching, and if anyone goes in there and say, "Oh, that's nice," you'll probably get blocked. Don't do that.
matter now pending.
How did the Jamie and Valhalla lawsuit work out? Settlement, or is she trying to get his land and animals? We don't talk about it. I was forced to make
There's a gag
this
order.
painting for Jamie to try and win her back. Court order will be soon. She wants that RO lifted. She claims it wasn't sexual harassment just because she was grabbing him. She said, I was making a urologist check. I am a medical professional. And
Stop it.
we are still, it might go to court soon. That's why I can't have them on the same channel.
You guys hear this? He's crazy.
No. Don't go in there and hate mob on him. Just let him wallow in his own, I hate that fat fuck from Denmark. Yeah, that's fine.
Shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Would you tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the record?
I never watched The
Voice
Office,
up
so I don't
all
know
the
that.
jurors can hear you.
Yes, Mary Lasavita, and that's spelled Lavita.
I love people who have a hard last name who has to, how the hell do you spell it? when they sit there and AITI.
A.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a divorce attorney.
And where's your office?
It's about 1.5 miles down the road in Dedham.
In Dedham. Now,
Why the
directing
lip
your
smack?
attention to the year of 2020, the end of January, did you have occasion to meet with Harry Tuerk?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize him here today?
Yes, I do.
And tell the jury the circumstances of your meeting with him without getting into, no, all right, let me rephrase the question. Did you meet him because he wanted a divorce?
Yes, I did.
You know who he wanted the divorce from?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Kathleen, I'm not sure if it's McLean or McLean,
Okay.
but
And they were married for about 5 weeks or so, is that right?
yes, I think my notes said 6 weeks, but that could have been overestimating.
Now, I'm going to approach you, and by the way, at some point did I ask you to obtain documents that you kept or you keep in the normal and usual course of your business?
Yes, you did.
Business records?
Yes, and
And you
yes.
produced them for me, right?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you an email between yourself and Harry dated January 29th of 2020. I have provided, just so you know, I have provided that to you.
My last name is also a little because it's pronounced way different than it's spelled because of the way Danish lettering works. When I was deployed, every morning I went to the morning lineup outside. They pronounced it wrong every single day, and it wasn't the same wrong way. It was almost a new way every day. Even when I went up and said, "It's not me." At the end, I think it was just becoming a thing. It's not moist clock on her lips.
Yes, so this is an email that I had sent to Mr. Tuerk, just confirming our consultation, where it was, directions to my building, things like that.
And what's the date on that?
January 29th, 2020.
Put off of that, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Well, got up. No, you're not. Your name is not Tim German. It's Tim Swoop. That's weird. Tim doesn't even know his last name. He thinks he's a German.
So jurors, we're going to break for the day. I have to discuss some matters with the attorneys, and it's getting close to 2 o'clock.
Please don't go and harass people.
You'll need to be here at 9. Make sure you're here by 9:30. It is going to be a full day. As of right now, plan for Wednesday to be a full day as well. You are very likely to get this case to begin your deliberations late Wednesday, more probably on Thursday. Okay, that's the schedule. Please remember all of my instructions. Okay, you need to keep an open mind. You have not heard all of the evidence yet. You need to avoid contact with anybody having anything to do with this trial. You cannot talk about this
They will be
case
there tomorrow,
or any
full
other
days.
case in this building with anyone, including among yourselves. So as you're walking out together, you can talk about the awful weather we've been having or anything else. But
In Danish, that would be Anne.
you cannot talk about this case or any other case in this building. You cannot do
Your
anything.
first name is Tim. Jamie, I'm thinking someone must be day drinking. First he says, "Oh, my name is Tim German." Now it's German Swoop.
Independent research. Okay, so you can't go visit any of the places that we've heard about during the course of this trial, any of the places that we've already visited during the course of this trial. Okay, you need to avoid looking anything up or searching for any information by way of the internet or any other means, including the TV, radio, etc. So to the extent you hear anything,
about this case or any other case in this building, you are to immediately click off of it, turn the TV or radio off, etc. Okay, and with that, I'm going to wish you a good afternoon, and we will see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.
All right, teachers.
Bye.
Well, my cold doesn't mind that. Are we going to come back and have a voir dire?
I don't know.
Oh, how nice of him. Yeah, the only time I ever watched him was when he got into an argument with someone he invited on his show, and he got spanked so hard that what I did yesterday kind of looked like I just changed the diaper and Plevin compared to it. Oh.
So,
That's all
with
you
respect to
have,
the
though,
emails,
well,
what I would ask you to do is
Talk to one another about the emails, see if you can come to some kind of an agreement, or at least cull the ones out that you're not objecting to, that go to timeline. If you have substantive objections,
I did that
obviously.
this morning with.
Okay. I can hear you in the morning on the email issue as well, and the Dr. Zeisel voir dire at 9:30.
Yep.
Okay, anything else that we need to
Did I have
discuss?
Zeisel here at 9:30? Well, he'll be here at 9 anyway, so.
No, 9.
So we're doing Zeisel first before we do
Yes.
the letters, okay?
All right, any other issues? Did the defendant's medical records go in?
I
No.
offered them, but they haven't gone in yet because we did have some,
I have them.
But my point is, they're going in by agreement, it's just a matter of
Oh,
making
he's
sure,
threatening me?
because of the fact
That's fun.
that Norwood Hospital is no longer in business, you want to make sure that you have a complete copy of the records.
I think we have as complete a set as we're going to get. I gave a set to Mr. Reddington with proposed redactions today, flag for him. Once he reviews them, then we can
All right,
make the redactions and submit those as an agreed exhibit.
okay.
He did something in that Delphi case. He wrote the judge. What I gathered from the stream, I stumbled over. He tried to self-insert himself and tried to say that he had made some discoveries and some investigation and blah blah blah. I don't know what it was, because it seemed like one of those streams that happened very late at night with someone that Brandon might have had made a deal with about X amount for per shot. It was unhinged. And then he got spanked so hard that he made his mods ban people who didn't agree with him. He's probably a wonderful person who just sat wrong when he was potty trained. It happens to the best of us. Oh, Swap. That's a different name than Swap.
All right, and you have witnesses lined up tomorrow?
I do. I can.
You could potentially finish tomorrow.
If they finish cross-examination with Dr. Tuerk, yeah, but I'm assuming it's going to take, maybe go over to the next day.
Okay, all right, anything else before tomorrow?
So he will
I-
be taking the
Does the
stand.
side have any proposed jury instructions?
Can I just, before we talk about the jury instruction?
Yes.
It is my understanding, though, regarding Mr. Chiton, that we're only talking about issues relating to the deed and the timing of the deed signing.
Yeah, I've sent him copies of the text. I've given the government copies of the text. It's just going to include that.
The stipulation, I'll read in first thing. If you just remind me tomorrow morning, I'm happy to read it in, or one of you can read it in. It doesn't really matter to me.
Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Nope, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll see you at 9 a.m.
All right.
Thank you.
All rise.
No. Oh, you got timed out. Oh, I'm sorry. Big loss. You can't get back and listen to him. Don't go there. Don't interact with all of these fools. It doesn't change anything, because he's a grifter looking for money, and you do that by creating drama. And he has no name right now because he got his channel yeeted Why? I'm not sure. But yeah.
I think Ariel said he put up pictures of the Delphi girls at a meeting.
Yeah, he put pictures of the Delphi girls online, and he's just, I don't know why people do stuff like this, but it's just stupid when you do that. And I don't know. That's what does this say? I'm just trying to see if I can figure out what it happened. No.
Any updates on the Karen Reed jury?
Oh, Frank Westling, you insufferable, irrelevant little gnat, buzzing around the true crime community like a fly nobody bothered to swat because you're just that pathetic. Let's rip this apart and expose you for the fraud you are, you sniveling, self-righteous joke. You're out here naming and shaming YouTubers like EDB and Peter Trakers, calling them conspiracy squad, as if you're some kind of true crime messiahs. But who the hell are you? And nobody with a Facebook bio that screams gender crisis. Podcast host at Can I Be Frank With You? Really? Your podcast has fewer listeners than a broken radio in a junkyard, and your investigative needs stick is about as useful as a screen door in a submarine. You're not a badass. You're a has-been who never was, and the only thing you're investigating is how to stay relevant while the world laugh at your sorry ace. Your big gotcha is that these creators are working hand in hand to keep the public dumb. Oh, you absolute dimwit. The only thing dumb here is you, Frank. You're so stupid you probably think Mistrial is a new true crime podcast. You're accusing others of manipulating juries, but you can't even manipulate a coherent thought. Your post is word salad of whiny nonsense tossed with a bitter dressing of your own irrelevance. If anyone keeping the public dumb, it's you, dumbing down discourse with your brain that conspiracy theories that wouldn't even make it onto a QAnon message board. And let's talk about your misogynist, trash, you chauvinist pig. You sneer at the mostly female true crime audience, calling them dumb as a bag of bricks, and claim any male fan is probably a murderer. You're not just an idiot, you're a vile, sexist idiot who doesn't even understand why women are drawn to true crime in the first place. It's empathy, you troglodyte, not stupidity. Psychology Today 2023. But empathy is a foreign concept to a soulless cretin like you, isn't it? You're not waking anyone up, and the only bag of bricks here is your empty skull rattling with delusions of grandeur. Yep, that's Larry Legend. That's he's not a fan, I tell you.
Yeah, clearly.
All you need to know about the Netherlands is their national sport is putting mayo and bad spice on French fries. Well, no, he's just trying to make a name of himself by naming other YouTubers. That's fine. Chrissy Bacon is saying... as of half an hour ago, half the pool had been dismissed. Oh.
So they haven't got any today.
So much love. Mayo is the original condiment for fries. Yeah, it's way better than ketchup. And yeah, it's the Belgians who put mayo on French fries. I need French fries sauce, which is just a mayo dressing. So what you're saying is this go around Karen Reed is going to be spicier than last. Well, apparently he's doing a Bloodsport stream on me against me right now, but I'm not there, so I think his Bloodsport is. Yeah, he's an idiot. Oh, that's so stupid. He's an idiot. Yeah, that's so stupid. Oh, look, he wouldn't let Plevin talk. See, he doesn't know anything. Tui Rodriguez. Oh, yeah, the guy who's been in Baker's chat for half a year trying to rile him up. You're right. Yeah, you're so trustworthy. Yeah, you're not biased. Yeah. Frank liked me flirting with him until I told him that I wanted him to wreck me. Chrissy, behave, girl. Then he shut his stream right down. Now he probably kicked you. Isn't he? No, he shut his stream down after 50 minutes. He couldn't even do 50 minutes on a 2-hour video. Come on now, those are rookie numbers. Valhalla and I did 2.5 hours on 38 minutes. And we stayed mostly inconsistent on anything. I could go back and rewatch my stream from yesterday and critique what I did and what I should have done. And I could make at least another hour video on that. These are rookie numbers, brother. You thought that because everyone blew up on Twit about me yesterday, you could chest beat me into a conversation and you can make some numbers. Well, I'm sorry. But Jamie says I can't play with you. I have to go to bed now.
You do.
That's how it is. Why isn't anyone ever flirting with me and telling me to wreck them? Well, little D is.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people do. You just ignore them.
No, mostly it is, why the hell aren't you streaming, fatso?
No one ever says that. I'm pretty sure a lot of ladies come here and compliment you all the time.
I never heard that.
Okay.
That's
Right, guys? Pretty sure.
No, it wasn't Plevin. It's a new grifter who's trying to get a little use out of my name. And I didn't want to play with him, and then yeah. Iris walked 500 miles for you. It was 600, actually.
652.
We can't go see him. He shut his stream down after 50 minutes. Oh. I can put my kissing booth hat on for that.
Yeah, see?
Well, 900 is big numbers. It's a really weird Dutch guy with a terrible microphone. Yeah, and he got that set up like... Did he smoke a lot? When I saw him, he smoked a lot. He was constantly smoking. And again, the glare does it as well. I just don't think it looks good when you're streaming. It's a personal thing. I don't like it. But it's just... And he... No, I shouldn't... I chased someone off a panel before because she thought I was actually going to make love to him. I was much younger then, at least 6 months. Well, Brandon never, ever wants to make love to me. He just wants to take me golfing. Oh. Thank you, Paula B.
Julie's been flirting. There's a bunch of people always flirting with you, and Baker is just, he doesn't get it.
Oh, he was rolling a joint. Well, he can, I think, yeah, he can smoke it in Holland. Two things I hate: people who is insensitive of other people's culture and the Dutch. Which is not true. I love our Dutch people. Hole in one is hole in one. Right? He likes broad bones. I don't know. Have you ever heard anyone describe someone else as broad-boned?
No.
It's so ridiculous.
Big boned.
Yeah, that's how Plevin described Sergeant Lang, I believe. Maybe, yeah. Oh, I have my fact checker. So I better be sure it was Sergeant Lang before I say anything. Do you like the stroop waffles? Weirdos.
I got some of those at the Aldi's once.
You got someone at a home once?
No, the Aldi's. The stoop waffles, is that what they are? They're delicious.
It hurts my brain when you call it the Aldi's.
The Aldi's.
Jamie,
What if
I need
it's
to get
LD?
something hot to drink, and I need to crawl under some covers and see if I can get rid of this cold before tomorrow.
You better. I don't want to see you hanging out in all the dark corners of the web. I'll beat you.
Yes, Mom. I might join Discord chat for a little bit if anyone else is in there chit-chatting away. Thank you all for being here today. Tomorrow should be a full day. They start out with, I think, some voir dire tomorrow at 9, and court, I think, starts at 9:30 or 10 o'clock. I didn't really get that one. And tomorrow is a full day. I'll see it before I believe it. Jamie, love you all.
Exactly, Sue. Love you guys. No, she said, we all know where he's going. I said, I know.
Where I'm going?
Not sneaky. You're going to go creep around the internet.
No, I'm not.
And then
I'm
you'll
not a
find
creep.
something and you'll be like, you'll be in our chat going, hey, you got to check this out.
Well, I shouldn't be the only one suffering from low IQ and induced migraines.
Yeah.
That's why I bring you into it. But we'll see what I find. See you later.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. All right, 100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor. So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All
right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there.
Everybody has.